Donnie in the back.
Oh no, no. One sock. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. One sock.
Oh no. It's not one sock.
Those are football socks,
Black
bro.
and white. He's wearing black and red, sorry.
Yeah, black and red.
On purpose.
Well, yes.
Harlequin's tights.
Alright, cool.
He's swagging.
I'm out.
He's swagging. Yeah, black and red. Yo, M.I.C, what's good?
What's happening? What's happening?
For that
Yo,
reason, I
what does
would.
M.I.C stand for?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, glad to hear, man. I'm good, man. I'm good.
Hmm.
You got a bit of
Can you hear me?
you got to turn down your YouTube.
Sorry, the connection.
Yeah.
I had both the stream and the StreamYard thing running at the same time.
Big up, man. So where you calling from, bro?
I'm from, I'm just my yard. I'm in my flat right now.
What area are you from?
Where am I from? I'm from just North generally. I've lived all over North.
Is that you, Lamar?
Yes, me.
Oh,
see.
Lamar.
Mm.
All right.
Yeah, see.
What's happening?
Big up Lamar, man. Come on, man. I ain't seen you for ages, man.
It's
Like,
been a
you
while,
know,
man.
great man again.
I'm trying to grow my hair.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I'm trying to. There's nothing to even talk about in my head right now. But I'm trying to start the lock journey.
Oh, you're trying to lock it up, yeah?
I decided that literally like a month ago.
Oh,
So
fuck's sake.
yeah.
Well, who's been
man.
trimming you? What, you've been Mark trimming you?
No one's been. I've been trimming myself.
You're mad, man. You're mad, man. But James and them still come and check me, innit?
Yeah. When did you see him last?
Last week, I think.
Oh man, yeah, James. That guy. If he didn't have a trim for more than a few weeks, he's gonna be cooked.
Yeah, he's gonna be. Yeah.
You
know what James is like.
What's your artist name?
M.I.C.
M.I.C Grime, yeah? It seems to have come up as M.I.C Grime.
Go down. Go to that one, Oblig with M.I.C. If you want to watch anything, but I wanted to talk to you guys. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I wanted to talk because I've it's been when did I see you last?
That was about almost 2 years ago, man.
Yeah. I've been it's like I was like reflecting recently on that conversation.
Yeah.
I just wanted to like pick your lot's brains because I don't know. There's like at the time it was a thing where like I was hearing what you were saying and I was like, oh yes, no problem. I'm just thinking, but you guys like let me explain why I even wanted to speak to you guys because like you probably remember what the dialogue that we had.
Not really, not fully. Get me, but like, yeah, man, enlighten us, man.
Yeah, well, okay. So the dialogue we had before was that you watched this video.
This video here.
Yeah. You watched this video, and then you were talking to me about like he will. I don't know. It kind of felt like I don't know. It felt like I didn't really. I left that conversation not really feeling like I had expressed myself how I wanted to be honest.
Right.
Yeah, and also like there's a few things. There's a few like I've known Mike for a long time. I've known Mike for years now. Like I was going to Mike when I was a teenager, and I don't know. Like I've actually looked up to you and Marcus a lot.
Of course.
Like coming through. Like that's like I haven't got like my family is just predominantly women, so and then there's my dad and a couple uncles, but they've never really been too involved with guiding me. So it's usually been if I'm gonna get guidance from like an older black man. Only you guys are pretty much at one point were like the only black man that I knew that are like above the age of like 30. Aside from like because obviously when I stopped being a witness as well, like for those who are maybe listening,
when did that happen?
When did I stop being one?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm 29 now, so it would have been about 6 or 7 years ago.
Okay.
But yeah, so I was like, it's a thing where like I really like looked up to you, even when I'll come to the barber and you lot would be like putting me onto certain stuff in terms of like history and stuff. I was, my ears were open, my ears and mind were open up like a lot to what you guys think and what you do. But I left that conversation just feeling a bit disappointed. But it wasn't the thing. The disappointment wasn't so like it was more like I didn't feel like I don't know. I think I could have definitely expressed myself better. I definitely could have.
I think the bottom
yeah.
line was if they wanted to know what your sexual orientation was. Do you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Bottom
Because
line.
and also I bear in mind I went home and I was
Mm.
still pre-ing the live, so I was and
Yeah.
you were talking to that guy. He kind of was saying a few things that I wanted to say, but I don't think he was saying it as like as articulately as I would have.
Okay.
But he kind of just seemed like he had a bee in his. I agreed with a lot of what he was saying.
Yeah.
But he kind of seemed like he had a bee in his bonnet a bit in terms of
What?
he didn't really. Do you remember the conversation you had with him
Not really. No.
when he was saying how why is it if a black man if a black man presents, basically what he was saying was if a black man presents in a certain way, why does it
Yeah.
mean that he's gay? And then
No, but then we explained the Kate Bush thing.
yeah. But that was even the other thing. Like I was thinking, like in this country, I think that there's a problem generally with the way that the linearity of how black men rather can.
Listen, I think the idea is that the genre that you chose, right? Is basically new romantics, right? Which starts with David Bowie and then moves on to like that Adamant and all of that, and then on to Blondie and all of these type of people, right?
But you know that like
Yeah.
even aside from that conversation, you must have known even from just like watching me and speaking to me. I'm a music like aficionado. I listen to so much shit. So the same way that one day I might be coming in and I'm listening to Bowie, I'm listening to Kate Bush and that, I'm listening to Prince, I'm listening to whoever. I might
that was a surprise though. That was a surprise because remember what we used to do? It was a thing of, what are you playing on your phone now?
Yeah.
You get me? Just plug it straight into the stereo and let's hear. And we heard Kate Bush, bruv. I was fucking
but then
what?
In the same, which American rapper was a big fan of Kate Bush?
Who?
Big Boy.
Who?
From Outkast.
Was he a fan of Prince too?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Andre 3000.
Do you rate Prince? No. Do you rate Prince?
Do I rate? Yeah, Prince has got.
No. I'm out. Why? I'll not be investing in this conversation. Not really. No. Forget Prince, man. Prince is a definite bats. You get me? Like, yo. But you still didn't explain your orientation, bro.
My thing is, like, obviously, this is you a grime artist, yeah. I don't get it. Like, you're wearing a dress, you got makeup on, Like,
but then even
why?
to be honest,
Why?
Do you want to hear my?
Who's this? Who's that?
This is who we're talking to now.
But do you want to hear my?
Yo, is that you, brother?
Let me. Yeah. What's happening?
Yeah.
Is that you with that dress thing on?
Yeah.
Why though, bro? Like what's
let me explain.
You got makeup on because you got guy liner.
let me.
You got blonde hair, moving like Ric Flair.
The way I see it.
No, it's a Kanye thing. I don't know what's going on.
The way I see it.
I must confess, it looks like a dress.
Let him talk though. Let him talk. He's not. It's not like he's hiding nothing. Like talk.
No.
He's down to talk about the gown.
Yeah, what I was thinking was that I think that the way that a lot of black men, the way that, in fact, even if we take it away from black people and we just look at the way that black people are perceived, I just think it's a bit weird. Like a lot of people's views on like what black people can do with their bodies. It feels to me, I don't know about you guys, but to me, it feels like post-colonial. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you think, but you're not dressing post-colonial, are you?
When my budget matches it, I will be. But
no, this is the problem though, Lamar. If you're taking this androgynous view of grime, do you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's gonna be hard to shed it. You get it? Like, if you when you wanna come new and brand new, and I'm the new character. No, this is the real Lamar. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I just don't know.
No, but then
your choice. But
do you understand what I mean in terms of like? Because you could disagree. You could think, I'm not rating it, whatever. That's fine. But it's a thing where, like, a lot of people, the way they see give me 1 second. Sorry, a lot of people, the way that they understand like black expression is, to me, feels very like rooted in colonial views on all this shit. If it feels like an extension of what white people were telling us to think and feel.
Okay.
Like, even if you look at like that, you see with like the Caribbean, for example.
Right.
If you look at like the extent of like the violence towards like say gay people, that shit. Where does that shit come from? Why is the animosity so like vitriolic? Why is it so strong?
Can I ask a question before anyone answers that?
Go on, bro.
Are you homosexual?
No.
No, you just like, that's just how you like to dress.
Yeah.
I see you. All right. So, I just wanted to ask that question to clarify before we move forward. But I think people that, in my personal like view of the world that I see around me being a West Indian, I think people are used to what they're used to, innit? And like it's gonna be hard for some people to accept changes, innit, in life and things evolving. Like, I think that at the end of the day, you got to do you same way I got to do. Everyone got to do them, innit? Some of what people want to do fits the narrative. Some of it don't fit the narrative.
I hear that.
Who's to tell you what you can and can't do in this day and age, really and truthfully?
Yeah, that's I agree with you, bro. But I think, but the thing is, I the way I see it is that change. I want to be the change that I want to look.
Why are you quoted by Complex about rapping about homophobia? Why do you think like homophobia would be like a burning topic for you as a heterosexual man?
Because it's something that, okay, so the way I see it is that black people of every denomination they're my concern. So it could be a thing where they could be Caribbean, they could be African, they could be African American, they could be Afro-Latino, whatever. They could be gay, straight, like they could man, woman, child. It's like they're all under my concern. So, but I've just observed a lot of
in your lyrics. What kind of lyrics have you got in your music to do with homophobia?
I have a song called Afropunk Atlanta that I released on an EP of mine called Heaven is Black, and it's me imagining what the world would be like in like an Afrofuturist sense. So I was imagining what life might be like for black people if there hadn't been the Middle Passage, or there hadn't been the whole thing with the super predators and crack in the States, or I was imagining what life might be like for black people if colonialism and everything else wasn't a problem for us.
So okay, but what did you say about the homophobia in that song?
I mentioned there's a few lyrics that I mentioned actually. There was one. I haven't recited the lyrics in so long, but there's if you search in Google,
because I would say I would say that boom. I would expect a man like you to be championed, just like the transsexual Grime person, to be championed by the media and given a boost. You get written about by Complex. That's obviously a good boost. Not to take away from the talent if you have talent, if you don't. But I would say that your image and your message in your music goes hand in hand with the agenda. So like there's an agenda to definitely make homosexuality or transgenderism or whatever to be a burning issue at the forefront of social issues. And I feel like it's even I don't know, man. I just feel like it's overrepresented. It's overrepresented. And I feel like do you not benefit from looking gay in Grime? Have you not benefited like from a shock factor kind of standpoint?
In a way, intentionally, but also
so why do you intentionally look gay?
No, but then I don't. To me,
you know, if you're putting makeup on your face, you know what you know, innit? Like, come on, man. If you're into Grime, I don't have to explain to you the complexities of society, views, norms, taboos, whatever. You know the full spectrum. So for you to say, man, the way I Grime, Bush, and put makeup on and wear a dress and have Complex highlighting your lyrics about homophobia, I would say that you either are gay or want people to think you're gay or like to dance with that idea. I want to know
why does it have to be so linear like that? Why does it have to be?
No,
for me,
I personally think. Sorry. I personally think, yeah, that's exactly what you're doing, and I think that's a dangerous game. As I said, if you're not that, and then you become typecast in a way, like, oh, he's the guy who did that. You can't change. You want to change. You want to say, oh, I'm going to be something different once I get in them. Once I make it to the top, bruvs.
No, but I don't. That's not that. You're assuming that's what.
You never said that though.
I've never thought that. I've never. That's never ever. That's not.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I'm not saying it's not ridiculous accusation, but it's not. That's not what I'm on.
I kind of hear where you're coming from, yeah, but you can understand why people are gonna get that impression, because when I saw the picture in the dress, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The first thing that came into my mind is, remember that film Silence of the Lamb, Bushwick Bill, and I said, hold on, he wants to be Bushwick Bill, but then I said, no, he don't want to be Bushwick Bill. Okay, he's on something else. But he's a rapper. He's doing something else with it. Yeah. Like, do you feel where I'm coming from? And that's how when they look at things, they can only reference what they know, innit? Like, what do we know? We don't understand this.
But then, brother, can I ask you a question, bro? Like, you know, you're challenging these. We have these social norms, and you know that obviously how people take to kind of homosexuality. So you can't be surprised anyway. So what are your ways of challenging it? Are you suggesting that we all kind of follow suit and challenge it by dressing up as women? Is that like what's your plan? What's the agenda here?
No, that's not. I think that. No, that's not. That's
so. So you're doing it.
The way I want to, the way that I would, how do I? Okay, so for me, my like listening palette is quite wide. It's quite like I listen to a lot of shit, and I've been like I consume a lot of art generally, and the way I see it is that I love grime music. Grime was the music that I was first interested in. That's the first music. I didn't like music growing up until I heard Wiley. And so I've always been a fan of grime music generally, but then I've kind of watched, like,
I mean, let's talk about let's talk about the issue of homosexuality.
Can I finish, bro? I'll let you. I want to hear what you're saying, but I just want to explain the reason why I'm even bringing this up.
But no one's disputing that, bro. I think that everyone has an eclectic taste here. Everyone likes different genres, different music.
No, but hold on. Let me keep going with it, because it's not just that was just the foundation of what I'm saying. Okay, so for me, it's a thing where I've been into a lot of shit. So but grime was the first thing I was interested in, the first music I really cared about, and then I've followed it consistently for like maybe like 15 years, 16 years, and then I've watched like the presentation and and not just the presentation, also the music as well. The main thing, the music. I've watched everything stagnate visually, aesthetically. It's just stagnated so much. And I'll look at our American contemporaries in terms of American musicians, American black musicians, and I'm seeing that there's room for someone like Young Thug. There's room for someone like Pop Smoke. There's room for someone like G Herbo. There's room for Tyler the Creator. There's room for all this wide range of black people, black men, black women, whatever. And then I'm looking at the UK and I'm like, why the fuck is everyone so? Why does it feel like there's not space? Why does everything feel so linear?
So again, we go back to this idea of this masculinity that you're rebelling against, and you're kind of trying to widen people's perspective, as you say. But I'm asking you, like, what's your way of doing that? So your way is to obviously dress and be provocative, whether it's in your lyrics or your look. Are you suggesting that others do as well?
Yeah, if they want to, absolutely. There should be the space for them to do it.
The lyrics ain't provocative. Trust me, the lyrics ain't provocative. They're grime lyrics. But yeah, I just, bro. Yeah. For me, I'm saying, like, you wouldn't have been the top UK grime, what do you call it? Prospect. Do you get it? If you was just a normal grime artist.
His lyrics are provocative. Ain't one of your lyrics about, like, ain't you known for saying stuff like, I don't know, like basically like I'll fuck up your baby or some shit like that.
Yeah, that was yeah. There was I got the. What did I get the idea from? I got the idea from a lot of, to be honest, a lot of like older grime. I would hear that in shit like you know they'll say some horrible stuff.
Yeah.
Whether they're doing it's not really a question of whether they'll be doing it or not. It's just
it's not.
Yeah, it's just like it's almost like I'll watch a comedy sketch, I'll watch like a Dave Chappelle sketch or Richard Pryor. I'm not expecting these niggas to do all this crazy shit like having sex with every prostitute they see or whatever. But it's like it creates like an interesting, or it creates a funny mental picture.
Do you kind of see yourself as like a British Tyler Perry, kind of that kind of like your?
No, Tyler, not at all. Tyler Perry is terrible. Okay. I don't like his work at all. I think he's so bad.
No, that's mad though, Lamar, man. When James showed me that, when James showed me this picture, when James showed me this picture, like, do you talk to your friends like a lot still, or are you
I speak to them. I speak to them. I was speaking to James. I think to Miles yesterday actually.
Right.
But I speak to them. But I'm just.
What do you think about what do you actually think about the occult? Because a lot I see the color you seem to have an affinity with right?
Yeah. With affinity with what? Sorry, bro. Say that again.
Like the checkerboard, the chess checkerboard. You like that? You into that or?
Not intentionally at all.
You got this EP called what? Which
Clark?
Which what Clark? Yeah. So
which Clark?
Which Clark?
Which
Clark you talk about? This Clark you talk about?
Yeah, which Clark?
Do you want to hear my opinion on the occult?
Go.
Yes, please. Yeah.
I couldn't give a damn about that at all. I wouldn't describe myself as spiritual or someone that's interested in magic or anything at all. It's
just which Clark you are dealing with.
Yeah, but which Clark you are dealing with? That me want.
Hey.
Obviously, being a witness, that was considered a cult by me still.
It is a cult. It is a cult. 100%.
Right. The thing is, coming out of it, you don't want to be in any more cults, right?
Yeah, my perspective of cult is I know them more intimately than a lot of people. You know, I was that is a serious cult, and for me to come out from that and to realize that the harm that shit was doing in terms of the fact that it's not a coincidence that most witnesses you come across in the UK and America are black. Like my grandma, I was looking back, like why did my grandma, who was alone and raising 4 children by herself, living in Wood Green, like with no money, why was it appealing to her? Why was this thing appealing to her?
But explain something. How that make you want to wear a skirt?
No, but listen, I was just gonna say, like, you know, having
let him answer the question, Mohib. Just answer the question.
Wait, what? Can you frame it in a way?
Well,
reword the question.
Obviously, you said you was a Jehovah's Witness. You say that's a cult, and you don't want to be part of any cults. But then, you know, this whole thing of, you know, I think it was pointed out that, you know, it's like you kind of suit the narrative of the media agenda to promote a certain type of look, and it's like, you know, you're following that culture now. Or that
and you're quoting Young Thug. Like, why Young Thug? So, what do you like about Young Thug, except for the fact that he wore a dress and he wears?
Young Thug is a fantastic flower. His flow is ridiculous. Like
I wanted to ask the brother a question. Yeah, so
but how can you answer a question when he's answering one? Mohib, have you got delay or something?
Maybe so. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't get it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just want to know what made you decide to put on the dress and the skirt and the makeup. Why did you go down that route other than to be part of a cult?
Is that what? Do you really think that
it's part of a culture? Yeah,
it's a cult. Culture.
You know what cult? You know what? No, but you don't even know what the definition of a cult is. If you're saying
I don't mind it. Yeah, if someone said I was in a cult, I would say is
this supposed to be you in the picture?
Culture.
Is this supposed to be you in the picture?
Wait, sorry. Yeah.
Wizard of Oz.
Do you want to see that? Do you want to see what inspired that artwork?
Yeah, go on.
What, you standing on top of headstones in an imaginary depiction of yourself?
So there's a manga called Berserk, and there's a character who I liked in it called Shik, and I thought, let me try and imitate them for this. That was all. I think that to be honest with you, because of maybe with you guys and maybe your view of how, I don't know, your worldview, I think that maybe you are wanting to see things.
I'm not
entirely, not even see things. There is maybe the way that you're perceiving stuff I'm doing is not it's more complex than it even is. You know, even with like the whole Young Thug thing. Like,
it seems simple. It seems simple because
I think it's a coincidence.
It's shock and awe. It's
I think it's a coincidence that you're mentioned in that complex artist, in that complex thing. A couple things I mentioned. One is Young Thug. Yeah. The other is homophobia.
But isn't Young Thug straight?
I don't know what he is. I don't know.
He's got kids and a wife.
It's androgyny.
Together.
You lot are doing androgyny.
All right, but hold on. A worldly man like you would know that having kids and a wife does not make you straight.
That's true. That's true. But they're like happily together. They're like, I hear what you're saying.
I don't know. You like crescent moons. You like crescent moons and bats. Yeah. You like crescent moons and bats. Witches, checkerboards, dressing like a woman.
What's the checkerboard issue?
I'm just saying, Young Thug.
No, but
Young Thug and makeup for women and comedic violence against children and family members. I don't know really what you're trying to portray. I'm not really sure what road you're going down. I'm not sure.
Which class?
Hold on, one second.
Go on.
I ain't sure why you think grime needs men in makeup or whatever, or that's what the UK scene needs, or that's what you want to project. I get it. But like in terms of it being in line with some kind of plight to drag the UK scene into the future, I feel like that future is one where our music loses its identity to this androgynous, homogenized.
I don't think so. Because
no, it does, because like with this,
go on.
With this, like I say, like this is your album cover, and you say this is grime, You've lost the whole element of what grime is, and all you've done is brought David Bowie into it.
Right? I don't think so. Do you know what? Let me. I'm not just.
New romantics is not a new idea.
I'll have a debate with you and say that this ain't grime.
Okay, but then what? To you, what enforces? What not enforces? What? How would you define grime?
Grime was never one thing is grime was the least sexual music genre I could think of. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the main thing. So it ain't about your orientation. Yeah. Grime was about.
Well, I think it was.
Hold on. In my opinion, innit?
Okay.
Grime wasn't about who's gay, who's straight, who likes makeup, who likes to dress like a girl sometimes. It wasn't about that. It was about hoodies, bars, gloves, guns, dogs, roads. No, not just that. Not that. Road size, hardship, story, the ghetto, the hood, the blocks, the estate,
struggle, pain,
talent. You get me? Clubs, raves, fucking 50 man waiting for their turn on the mic, DJs, decks, like radio shows. Like this is what grime was about. So now you bring in the whole fashion element in it, which grime had its own fashion. Like I said, hoodies, jeans, tracksuits, that's grime. And unfortunately, it's like me trying to bring ballet and be a ballet rapper and then act like this is hip hop. It's not hip hop. They ain't hip hop. It's a new element you're trying to bring into. I'm saying this dressing like a gal, young fog makeup thing is you. I get it, but then it's definitely not grime. It's definitely not grime. I saw you do a show when I was like preparing for you to come on a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And where is it? I'll find it. 1 second. And you said this here is grime. Is this here right here is the element of grime, and
it's the epicenter. I said
is the epicenter of grime.
Yeah, right now. I said
Where is it? If I can find it,
it's on
It's Strubs. Where is it? It's one of these.
It's no. Go to the main post. Not the tag ones. Go to the post.
Yeah.
Scroll down a bit there on the left.
Yeah. Boom.
Bare 1 and 2 bare numbers in relation to grime. Hey! There's no 2. There's no 1. Right now, there's only this. There's only this. There's only this. This is the epicenter of the universe that is Grime. My soul and these men around me. Let's go. Band number 2, I wear my stripe. Let's run off like Gandhi kite. Whipping zombies all for the night. Succeeding through war and might. I can see for a certain named Nora. Went through hell and didn't have armor. Went through agony, I didn't have a shield. Rejected by my father. I could have been sick and I could have been dead. Could have been done, could have been misled. Could have been like those whatless people. But I never see it.
I've heard what I need to hear.
I was like, you're combined with Prince, but I've got a rich thing through your kids. Basically.
Yeah, you definitely could spit though. But what was that like? What's that like? Anime bars in the beginning.
Yeah, that's
And this is the thing. I feel like you might have just got caught up in the whole anime dark. You like the new school goths and that. You're like
Naruto. Naruto and that.
Naruto, Goffy kind of. I get it, man. I get it. You got flow in that, bro. Like,
thank you. I appreciate that. What's okay? The separate question. What's the issue with anime?
No, there's no issue with anime, but I feel like anime is warping for whatever reason. I've actually seen the effects of anime, and it captures the young minds, and it actually warps them. It actually brings people to a gothic kind of sad, like suicidal, demonic kind of vibration, and we can hear it expressed through the music. Now we ingest it. And we inhale it out, and we exhale it out, and this is how it comes through. So we get the XXX Tentations, we get the M.I.Cs, we get the drill, all of that suicidal music, all that drill music is suicidal. You get me? It's like, I don't want to live, life ain't worth it, I'll kill you and go.
You're laughing. But when you look at the source of what he's saying.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree, but I hear what you're saying.
Okay, maybe
I don't agree.
Taking it too far, but it's like the love of like the dark thing. Like these drill youths, they've got ones where they're just talking about Lucifer, the young girl Tida, whatever we were just listening to.
She's cold.
She's talking about I sold my soul, and this is what's popping in it. It is this dark vibration, and most of these people will claim that they don't actually believe in the spiritual aspects that they're indulging in. But if you like anime, you know it's all about demons and devils.
Honestly, hand on heart, and I'm someone who's been watching anime for like almost 20 years now. I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree. I think that there's so much anime is like that'll be like saying that all animation, like American animation is
all right. Name me one animation. Hold on. Name me one animation that don't have demonology in it. Are you all right?
An anime?
Yeah, name me one.
No,
doesn't have it.
There's loads.
Everyone has a demon seed. What, bro? There's so much.
Yeah, I know.
We were watching it when it was manga.
There's loads that are not about.
Like Gatchaman, Gundam.
We don't need to have that conversation. Hold on.
Yo, brother. Where did these
Man in the Machine.
Bro, 1 second, fam. Let's just establish that there are loads of mangas and animes that are not about demons and devils. So I take back my statement. The fact is, I think we understand that the majority of the genre and a bulk of the genre is around these different themes and has been for 20, 30 years, right?
But where's it coming from, though? What countries are they coming from?
Asia, China, and America.
I would say more Japan, but I would say, there's definitely some demon stuff going on there. When you see samurais and things, it's what heap of demon business. Not being funny, like let's not
even the themes of the normal ones, they have this tone to them that are like kind of hyper emotional, dark, and just like I don't know, man. I wouldn't want my child getting too sucked into animes because it's a dark genre.
To be honest with you, I think that it's not really a genre. It's more of it's a medium. Like
you're right.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be pedantic. I think.
No, I know what you mean.
It's like a format. It's like the same way, like because like people always there's always like a moral panic over shit like this. Like I remember.
What's a medium though? What's a medium?
Like a format of like entertainment. So
and what's also a medium? Hold on. What's also a medium?
And manga, it was obviously it's anime in it, but it was a type of, and it was hyper violent, hypersexual.
Definitely,
deny it, bro. Not all of them were, but if you ask me about You expected to see some tits. You expected to see a demon kick and bust through her belly. You're expecting to see someone get their head chopped off, or a 10-year-old kid with a sword he can barely pick up, fucking destroy some monster. We know what it is, bro. Come on, man.
But then but people have always said the same shit about like American comics or American animation or television or you know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is that just proves the point. All these young generations need these type of mediums to be forced on their generation, and we can see how it turns out in the art that we create. We can see how we regurgitate it and how we ingested it and regurgitate it in the art that we create. And I'm just saying, that I understand you want to do your fashion thing and you're an individual. You want to dye your eyebrows blonde and dye your hair blonde and wear a dress with some shoes.
I've got a question for you, bro.
I get that, but like, that's not grime, my guy. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, it's definitely not grime. But it's starting like you're bringing to grime, which is real. But I'm gonna like, it's not grime. That's just rock and roll. That's just punk and.
Yeah, but look at what he's wearing in this video, though. He's not wearing a dress there.
He wouldn't
wearing a dress there, is he? That's what I mean. When you say it's not grime,
they wear the eyeliner.
Yeah, no, but he's got his blonde hair. He's got his blonde hair and blonde eyebrows there. Definitely looks like, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Can I address something what the brother said?
It looks green.
Yo, bro, let me ask you, out of interest, yeah. How many gay people are in that club? Is it a few, couple, one or two?
There are a few. There are definitely a few. Because
definitely. Very, very gay-friendly club and atmosphere that is, isn't it? Lots of lesbians, lots of
it was. Listen, there was like a. I would say that the demographic spread of people there was very. It was very very varied. It was very varied. There was no. So a lot of black people.
What grime event? Yeah, is the heterosexual to homosexual ratio even, unless like that's not the grime scene or the grime listener or this is what I'm trying to say. It's a new crowd. It's a new crowd. It's a new thing, and they're expressing new lifestyles and new choices. And this is the center of what makes you popular right now.
You never saw Wiley doing this.
Bro, it looks like someone's mum's in the background there. Look, zoom in. It looks like someone's mum's there.
I want to touch on something the brother said. He spoke about the moral kind of outrage. Listen, bro, like, I think as an artist yourself, you spoke about being spiritually redundant. Now, if you're spiritually redundant, you know there's going to be forces that are going to use you for their agenda, i.e. here, the LGBT community, etc. And now as an artist, now you've got to question your integrity, because now you're getting pushed not because of your merit, more because of what you're wearing, bro.
Right.
So how do you feel about that?
When you want to let it go, it's going to be a problem. That's what I've said from the beginning.
Exactly.
Come on, man. What kid goes to a grime move with their mum, man? Come on, man. This ain't no.
No, let him answer the question, because there's real artists out there that are really good, and based on their talent, they're not getting anywhere. You know?
You have to be quiet so you can answer though.
There's a few, because there's a few points. There's a few like.
Are you saying man's inconsistent with what man's saying? Because I'm saying
bro, let him answer. Come on,
It's not even that there's inconsistency. It's more that there's obviously different people expressing different things. Some of the stuff I hear, some of the stuff I get why you say it. I don't agree, but so one of the things I was gonna ask Jedi, I've been meaning to ask this for a little while, was what did you in terms of art, what did you consume growing up? I'm assuming Star Wars.
Yeah, like stuff through my mom. So all her MTV tapes. So like old school Motown. All the white singers, the good white singers, and
all about film and like TV and books and anything and everything. Just for it.
Film. Yeah, I mean, like I don't know, man. I feel like I consumed what I consumed through my mom. It was mainly, like I said, it was mainly like music of black origin. If I'm real, but then there was lots of like I know all them white songs. I just, do you know what I mean? There in the collection, you know, like back in the days, people don't discriminate in music, and even to today, I don't discriminate in music. So it was a very eclectic.
Yeah. What did you?
And just to let you know, That I also was a Jehovah's Witness.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did you go to a meeting?
Like Nunhead, Peckham. You know?
Okay, so and you were into Star Wars, yeah?
Nah.
Wait, you went into Star Wars?
Nah.
How did you get why are you called Jedi then?
From Jediah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was trying to go. I was just thinking. Okay, that makes my whole thing redundant. What I was gonna say. What about you, man?
What? Films, everything, man.
Like, did you read comics?
Everything you can imagine. Yeah, I read comics.
Yeah,
books. Everything.
And no one at any point,
encyclopedias.
Yeah,
and music, you can't even go there. You get me? ABBA was there. Everything was there, bruv. Bob Marley on 10-inch. You get me? Gramophone. I'm dealing with gramophone and that.
Bro, I have bare sisters, man. That
I'm on gramophone things, bro. The first hip hop tunes, 1970 something. That's what I'm dealing with.
I tell you something for free, yeah. My mum never had no David Bowie album.
Nah, no David Bowie.
Neither did mine.
Have David Bowie.
Neither did mine. But it's a thing where
can run.
No one. General question to everyone here: was there ever a thing where you were ever like just into something? You were into something in terms of like a film or a TV show?
Yeah, man. Yeah, when I was about
no.
6
Hold on.
old, let me Transformers.
Let me keep going.
I never tried to dress up like Buck Rogers though.
What I'm asking is, was there ever a point where you were doing something or you were consuming something and then an older person was like, "Oh, that's stoppy," or something?
Yeah, I can.
You mean cut off? You mean like my comics in it?
Every generation, bro. Yeah. Every generation.
Yeah, it's normal. This is what happens, I guess.
That's normal. Yeah, but it was for the reasons now is something different now. Yeah. The main thing was like, this is reckless. This is bad, unlawful stuff. Yeah. When we was growing up. Yeah. When our elders were growing up, even from the jive days, you're showing too much of your knee when you're jiving your little skirt around. Very rare. You know that there's prohibition. They're drinking alcohol down there. It's a place of dispute. Women are dancing and drinking and smoking even. Oh my God. Get me, yeah?
But jazz used to be called the devil's music as well, the same way.
It evolved a little bit more to the rapping now. Oh, they're saying nigger and they're saying bitch and it's violent. Oh my God, it's misogynistic and it's dirty and it's freaky. That's all good. Now we move into a whole element where man just want to dress like gal. Nah, man, that's a whole different. This is a whole thing now.
Do you not see?
For me,
I don't know. No, I don't know. I think that
I'm saying you fall right in line with the agenda that's out there. Now, let me see how honest you can be, since I can be honest with you, bro.
Yeah. Go on.
Are you aware of an international agenda to popularize certain people's sexual orientation and weaponize it as a political tool?
Okay, so first off, I think that the question is loaded because it's the question. The way you're asking it,
you can say no.
I say I really, really strongly feel no. Strongly, because I think that.
So there's no agenda?
No, I don't think there is an agenda. I think when I
go buy a loaf of bread and it's got the rainbow flag on it, and when I go to my local park with my youth and it's a LGBT rainbow flag, that's not part of the agenda.
Do you know what that is to me? To me, that just feels like neoliberalism. That feels like that's like when you're going to like a W.H. Smith or one of these big $1 million network or £1 million net worth companies, and they're co-opting like Black Lives Matter merch and they're selling it there or something. That's above everything. It's not so much there's the agenda. That's just us living in a late stage capitalist society. That's it for me. Like that's why they of course they're gonna co-op this shit. Of course they are.
Who's they?
The upper class. The upper class.
Oh, so you do believe in the upper class? So do the upper class run LGBT?
They don't run it, but they definitely
they control the PR wing of LGBT.
No, it's not that they control this shit. It's that they appropriate and co-opt all this imagery in terms and not just in terms of queer stuff, in terms of like even when you go onto Netflix and they'll be talking about like they'll be.
Are you telling me Are you telling me that it's lucrative to talk about and include the LGBT?
Yeah, I'm saying yes and no because
yes, come on,
it's
Lamar.
Not, no,
bro.
Hold on. Because
the money, bro.
The reason why I say yes and no is because I agree that they could weaponize stuff and they could make money from it, but I also think that it's not even out of concern for the people that they're
that's not what I asked. That's that. Hold on. Now we're on the same page. I didn't ask that.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah. I
have no doubt that people, and that's why I phrased it the way I did.
Okay.
They have weaponized, and marketed people's sexual orientation in order to gain power politically, socially, and financially. That has nothing to do with the people that are actually gay, trans, whatever they choose to be.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but then you must recognize that if that is the case, then there's an agenda to make that popular because that brings bucks. So that's so you're agreeing with me that there is an agenda to perpetuate and push it and market and publicize it. For what reasons? That's separate. That's a separate question. Well, their intentions of why they're doing it, is it for the welfare of the humankind? No, it's not.
Absolutely not.
Exactly. Yeah. So now we found a level.
Okay, I hear you.
How we like this. So we both know what's going on in the world. Okay, so now if we look at that now, we can see why Complex, not to say you're not talented, bro, because you clearly are. Yeah. But you can see why somebody like me, skeptical, might think this is why Complex would want to push this to the front with catchphrases like young thug and homophobia in their little 300 word blurb. It was not even 300 words.
Yeah.
200 words blurb. And they managed to put two things that I can link into this agenda. And show you that Complex is also going to be a cog in the machine of the media arm, of the PR arm, of the elites that we both agree are using these lifestyles to benefit them.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah,
because I hear what you're saying. Definitely, I hear the line of reasoning. The question is, you see, with do you not agree that with these same people we're talking about, the same upper class, the same elites, that it's a thing where they do this to not just like the whole like. Not just like the whole LGBT community, but also to black people, to so-called pro-black politics.
100%.
They co-opt it the same way because you go on Netflix, you go on Spotify.
You get no argument from me.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't think conspiracy and the government and controlled opposition. You get no argument from me on any front. Okay. Trust me, I'm not deluded, but I want to make sure that you can practice that same level of detachment from things that maybe even you love or have affinity to. Yeah. So man, I agree with you, man. The Black Power movement is fully infiltrated, if not created, by the powers that be. But I believe that about LGBT too.
Okay, I hear you. You
know?
Bro, can I ask the question about the like, because obviously I don't know nothing. I'm just asking, why did you choose to wear a dress, and do you understand why women wear dresses? Women wear dresses so we can get to the booty, right? So why are you wearing a dress?
Is that why women wear dresses?
What?
Yeah, women wear dresses so we could get to the booty. That otherwise they'd be wearing trousers, no?
Boy, that's your own. That's your own view.
So why are they wearing dresses, brother? So they can go to the toilet. Hold on. Are women wearing dresses so they can go to the toilet easier? No.
I don't know, bro. That's your
bro, when you say a woman wearing a dress, subconsciously, you know that there's only one thing.
But you ask your question, bro. Let him
ask your question.
Yeah.
Need to put the skirt down.
That just feels. That question is not serious. And I'm not even trying I'm not even trying to disrespect. That was just a silly question.
But bro, go back to the serious question. There was a serious question that was asked, which was, are you gonna go? Are you gonna be an artist, or are you gonna allow the marketing gimmick to sell you and then chew you up and spit you out? Because that's what will happen.
In earnest, I'm not. I do not believe that I'm gonna be chewed up and spat out, just because I don't think that. I don't really think my music is even accessible enough to even reach this point where I would be like I think I'm gonna do well, but
you're recognized though. Are you recognized now?
Yeah, I'm recognized, but
thank you.
Yeah, but it's not.
So Grime man don't standardly get recognition. You know what Wiley and all these men had to do to get to where they were, bruv.
Yeah,
you get me? They had to have a few friends.
Yeah.
You get me? A few white friends and that, you know what I mean, who were also into it. You know what I mean? Who were like the front man, the Professor Greens and all of these type of guys. Do you get it?
Yeah.
To open the door for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what's Jamie saying?
I did a set with him at NTS last year.
Was that before or after the dress?
After.
Is Jamie in this picture?
Yeah, he's there in the reflective thing.
All right, where are you? Oh, you're here.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Can I just clarify two things? Because what I'm trying to understand is, you said like, didn't we ever watch anything growing up? I'm assuming there's some point in your life, like you did anime, innit? Like obviously the anime made you feel a certain way, so you decide to change your dress sense or whatever. Like,
wait, sorry to interrupt you, bro. I was hearing it before. There's a bit of feedback. I can't. It's like I
think it's scripture,
Yeah, it's like I'm listening, but there's like it's like I don't know. It sounds like an aux.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is. It's got you muted. But I was gonna say, like,
no, it's not gone. Still,
it's still there. It's still there. It's still there.
Might be you, Shifra, because you're doing all. I don't know what mic you're on, but it's you, Shif.
Are you sure it's me?
Go on mute. Go on mute. Yes,
it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, it was you, man. Yeah, I heard it.
Is that better?
Black noise.
No, it's the same, but we keep speaking.
All right.
We're calling it black noise, man. Or Myrmidean noise.
Black noise. Go on anyway, Shif.
Yeah, so I was saying that I remember watching cartoon and everything there, and like manga, like the Guyver and Ghost in the Shell and them thing there. And I didn't feel like I wanted to dress up like them. Like it's the same way I watched Transformer as a kid, Teenage Mutant Turtle. I didn't go and wrap something around my top of my head. I know some kids did that. But do you not see any kind of issue with that, especially in the sense of, you as a big man now is going to put on clothes that is really preferable to a woman. And, if you walk down the street in that, there's some man that might all get confused. Do you know like that? Do you want to create that confusion, or is this really you? Is this the real you? Is this what you're really about? Or is
it a gimmick?
It's the real me, but I've never had the issues you're talking about. I've never experienced them, like the proposed issues.
Because the door's open, bruv. When they think you're LGBT or something, you know what I mean? And, it's androgynous, like, and what you're doing is David Bowie and all of that, bro. But I know the root of it, I'm saying. But a lot of that...
What's this? Pride Month, yeah?
Almighty.
This is where you performed that Pride Month with Nadia Rose, yeah? So like I said, man, I see the whole agenda. Yeah. I know what Nadia Rose is,
bro.
I didn't perform this. It was a radio show, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a radio. The person picked my songs.
This is what I would say.
Yes.
Would you say there's a lot of LGBT people in this
life?
From what you can see, I can see one.
There's a few, yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. Definitely, but not all of them.
You got a clique. Have you got like a crime clique or something? Yeah, a collective.
No, I don't. I've got friends, but no group.
You got have you got LGBT grime friends? Grime artists.
A couple, not that many. A couple.
Do you know the transgender one that was on Backchat?
No, I don't actually know, because I didn't really watch Backchat. I don't know.
But when I heard about it, I thought it was you. When I heard about Carnage, I've heard of
them. I've heard of them before. I've not really listened to them too tough, but I'm not that familiar with them.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, there was sorry. Oh, just to answer what the guy said before. I've not experienced a lot of the stuff that you said that might happen. I've not felt like this is just, I like having a wide range of expression. I like being able to. I don't like feeling bound, by what to me feels like.
So basically, you're saying you've never had another homosexual man, or not? Obviously you're not. You've never had a homosexual man then approach you in a way because of how you dressed or anything like that.
No, the funny thing is, actually, there was one time when I was a lot younger and I was not dressing as boldly as I was, just dressing normal, just like a lot of people, like just kind of way more regular. And I got approached in Piccadilly Circus, like when I was like 18. But aside from that, never. All right,
I got one more question, and then I'll let someone else ask questions because I know they're burning with their questions probably right now. So my last question is this: like, can you picture, like you said, you like Wiley, yeah, when you started listening to Grime? Obviously.
Yeah, the first musician I was ever a fan of ever.
So, like, I was just trying to picture a Wiley lyrics in my head and imagining like Wiley with that same dress code and the makeup, and I'm thinking, nah, just don't go together, like that. So what made you associate that with Grime? Why bring that to Grime? Like, we know it's in the hip-hop industry, we know there's young thugs out there, and we know what they deal with in it. They say some really suspect stuff. They're around some really suspect people who say some very, very suspect stuff.
All I would say is that if you, I'm not trying to just like do any shameless plugging. I genuinely mean this. If you listen to my music, it will make more sense. It will make it. I've got a different subject matter to someone like Wiley. I've got different. Even if you remove the lyrics, even in terms of just the production, I've got very different goals to someone like Wiley. We're not like he was my influence. He was a big initial influence on me, but we're not. We're different,
So what you're saying is basically when people think the word Grime, they probably reference someone like Wiley, but you want there to be a catalogue of Grime where they reference you. So you're trying to be an individual with all this.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to be myself, and I couldn't have been. What am I trying to verbalize?
You see the problem with that, yeah? Do you see the only one, before you verbalize, the one problem you're gonna have with that is there's already a young thug. There's already what's the guy with the purple hair, the whatever his name is, the troll, the troll guy with the purple hair, little light skin.
What is this, bruv?
Do you feel where I'm coming from? Like, we don't need another one of them, bro. We don't need one. So obviously you're just trying to bring it to Grime and say,
wait, who do you mean? Sorry.
I can't remember the guy's name. Who's the guy that snitched again? I can't remember. 6ix9ine.
Oh, 6. Yeah.
We've already got these guys with their hair like Sheila, like running around. We've already got that. But obviously, it wasn't in Grime. So it's your angle that you are the first in Grime to. Because I'm assuming by their transgender guy who does Grime, you're not the first then. Because he's
it's not. It's not about being the first or being the best at anything. It's just widening. It's just making more space because there's not enough. There is Grime. I don't know if you've been following Grime lately, or over the last like 5-something years, but there's a reason why. There's a big reason why it's not at like the forefront in terms of popularity anymore. It's not.
Do you think you're a bit of a comedian as well?
Yeah, I like injecting my comedy into my shit.
Because do you know the kind of vibe I get off of you? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. What's the guy's name? Man's Not Hot, whatever his name is. And you got this other guy. Yeah, there's another guy.
You still wearing makeup?
Wait, say that again.
You still doing that? You still wearing makeup?
Like generally, like day to day.
I don't know.
I haven't worn it this month. But yeah, what are you saying? Sorry, what's your name?
No, I was saying the kind of energy I get off of you is that it's more of a gimmick than it is, something that you're really into. But like, I think that, like, don't get me twisted, yeah, because I don't want to paint no one with no brush in it. I'm just gonna. That was a good point, isn't it?
Yeah, innit.
I'm just gonna say, like, at the end of the day, yeah, We have to be careful with the energy we're putting out there, innit? We have to, like, because if you put a certain energy out there, into the universe, then you're likely to get some of that energy back. Like, let's just say I walked around like Mr. Macho all the time with my chest sticking out, I barge people out the way all the time, and I just got a certain persona about me. I'm bound to catch up in someone that's got that. You feel where I'm coming from? So I just think that the energy you're putting out, it kind of contradicts some of the words you're saying. I'm not going to say fully contradicts, but I'd say it kind of does contradict a bit. Can you get where I'm coming from?
Can you explain a bit more? Because I'm trying to hear what your angle is.
It's basically like, how can I put this across there?
What do you think will be what do you think will happen to me?
Now, I think that obviously you're putting out a very kind of homosexual kind of metro. I don't know what they call it now. I just know it's homo to me, like that. And I feel like if you're going to put that kind of energy out there into the universe and that's not the way you're inclined, I think that could be dangerous because you're going to give people ideas.
Yeah, but you're not in that generation. Their generation, a lot of them are fruity anyway, bro. I don't know. This is like a social norm now. You get me? Like when they're having pride festivals, there's bare youngsters in there, you know what I mean? Of varying ages, like, I don't know, up to 30 or whatever, like. It's nuts out here, bro.
Let's just call it homosexual. Let's come off of the slurs.
Oh, it's liquid, it's this, it's fluid, it's all sorts of that, bro.
But obviously, now, do you know what? He's a politically correct kind of like brother. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
No, but when you're artist, what they try to do, and when you're actor even, they try to leave it open. Do you get it? They try to leave it open like, well, I'm not seeing any man or any woman. Oh, so you're open to men then? No, I'm not saying nothing. I don't have anything against. Listen. I don't have anything against LGBT. Do you get it?
No, but that could be
your record sales, and your video sales go through the roof, bruv. This is a game being played here, bruv.
No, but you know what though? You see when you say that, Maku, enough man that do acting, if you're really into acting, they're gonna end up in the theater. They're gonna wear the dress, innit? So is that one of your angles? I don't know. What's the M.I.C? Is that one of your angles that you?
Well, that look like a. By the way, that look like a photo shoot, and I don't think man wears any dress to any grime function, as you can see. You know what I mean? The makeup thing, I don't know about that.
Martin Lawrence wore the dress though.
No, the dress thing is like, bruv, look, Skepta's wearing fucking flowery shirts and shit, with blouses and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? All of these men are doing funny stuff. But it goes with the industry, bruv. It goes with the industry and depends how high you're up. When you're on the roads and you're going studio and you're making your own tunes and that's a different, you haven't made it yet. You get it? You're still independent.
Walla. What are you saying? Skepta's wearing dresses.
Oh, bro, you're so far behind, bro.
Yo, M.I.C, is Skepta your brethren?
I don't know him.
You don't
know
him? I
listen to him, but I don't know him.
Did you get the idea from Skepta then? Because by the sound of things, these men are saying Skepta's wearing dresses.
No, I think I know what they're referring to, but no.
Yeah, everyone doing their own thing, but I'm saying he's been doing it for a while. Like, you get me?
I know
blonde hair a little while ago.
I feel like your image represents something. That's why I'm asking you the questions I'm asking, because it's almost like it's more than a gimmick. Like I said, like, is it a Hollywood thing? Is it some kind of publicity stunt that you're trying to?
Yo, what's good? It's your boy Jedi for Trilluminati Live. I'm here to tell you to hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed and don't forget to hit the notification bell. We've got links in the description for PayPal. You can hit us up on the super chat if you want to support. I also got CASHAPP. Keep it trill, keep it locked. You're done now.
Yo, sorry. Well, wait, who's? I just forgot my whole thing.
I was just saying that, is it more than just a gimmick? Is it a bit of a publicity stunt? Is it a way to break yourself into more than just the grime industry? Because that's the kind of vibe I'm getting off of you. Like, the image is selling you more than the music is selling you, kind of. And obviously the image stands for more than what the actual music does. From what you're telling me. I don't know. I haven't heard the music, so I can't judge by the music yet.
I think maybe I'll even if me and you spoke like in not even in the future, like in the near future, just review. I think that with the context of my music, it'll make more sense. Because I'm sure, like, if you just heard, because you know what, I actually understand your point in terms of if I heard there was just a grime MC and he was just a regular grime MC, I don't know, he spat like someone like, if he spat like someone like Wiley or like Criminal or someone, and then he also had like a more avant-garde way of dressing, I would understand there might be a bit of like they'll be like, I'll be a bit confused. But I think if you,
it's a bit cliche. It's a bit cliche, to be fair.
Yeah, if you hear the music, it will make more sense because I think it will contextualize what I'm doing.
But nobody's doubting you as an MC, bro. Like from what we've heard.
I don't mean the quality. I just mean the content specifically. I don't mean the quality.
It could be end up one of two ways. Yeah, it could be adamant. Yeah. Who no one even questioned his masculinity, even when he
have said that Christians will get you headlocked. The last white boy that called me his nigga had to get electrodes. Piss off, get a racist penis chopped off. My ex-ting told me she read the sun, she had to get locked off. Press my piss off bucket list, I'm getting ticked off. Yeah, patriotism within earshot what gets me ticked off. Pad in my hand, that's nice. So playing that I copped it twice. So tempted to cut the threat. Next time get bean curd and rice. Off the juice, but I don't mean lean. Got a cap and it's supreme. The way I overdress is mad. They say my outfits are obscene. Like Gator used to call me. It got me vexed, some and them taught me. Now their spouses wanna call me, but I air them. I'm the naughty. I overachieve in all endeavors. I'm just in myself better than ever. Man still call me gay slurs, but then man just like Helen Keller. It's peak. Read red top, get straight head top, left through red top, that's your deadlock. Dead red top, I don't read that. They are nasty like white dreadlocks. I might have said that. Microaggressions will get you headlocked. The last white boy that called me his nigga had to get electrodes.
Martin.
Can I be honest?
People do call you racist. I mean, look, so people do call you gay. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're saying in your lyrics, bro.
Mackie, one second.
No, bro. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Yeah. You're saying it in your lyrics, bro. And this is what my point is, bro. If you're saying it in your lyrics, like, look, yeah, man, I'm saying certain things to you and blah, 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 but you're going to take the gal and all of that. That's cool, yeah? But I'm saying, you're saying it, though. And you're telling me, like, it's a myth. Like, nah, that doesn't exist.
No.
That's not the reasoning.
You
get me?
So I'll tell you something. My first, when I was going to college back in 2010, 2011, maybe even earlier, to be honest, like 2009, I'll be going there and I'll be around guys and I'll just be my bear in mind, people didn't know I rapped. Everything was just like hush hush. I was just me, just doing my thing. I wasn't really, so obviously, and I was still a witness at these times as well. So you know that the way I was dressing was very regular. It was very, very normal.
Yeah.
It was very I was not confident. I've become confident now as a bigger man, but I was not confident.
Have you wear skirts? Do you wear skirts?
Wait, let me finish because I want to answer Michael's point.
Yeah.
But it's a thing where oh shit, I just burnt my food. Sorry, yeah. So it's a thing where I was just people would like, I don't know, guys I'll meet men, I'll meet like guys my age, they'll be dashing the homophobic slurs at me off of nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? So this is the thing where
generally.
Yeah, but I'll just be talking to them, trying to be their friend, and they'll be rude in that respect. So that's to be honest with you, that's more what informed.
Okay.
What informs stuff like that, like those kind of lyrics. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's not like that's why like this predate. This is not. I've learned that just for the way I am. Yeah, I could be dressed in. I could be head to toe in Puma. I could be in a tracksuit. I could be in whatever. People will always perceive me in this way. It doesn't say that's why I make lyrics.
Do you mind if I make a quick analysis here? Because I think I get a different vibe. After I've heard that music, I think things are starting to come together a little bit for me. And I feel like from what you just said there, it's almost like, how can I explain this now? It's almost like your way of fighting back.
If
you're going to keep calling me gay, I'll just dress like I'm gay and that'll piss you off even more. But then in another respect, I think it's also... like you said, when you said earlier on, that it does kind of enhance you, and I think that's the way it enhances you. That it's the shock factor, like Jedi said, and you always realize that and capitalized on that at the same time. That's what I honestly think. But I think that in a way, you me saying that, yeah. That being said, like, are you getting back at yourself at the same time as you're getting back at them? Because if that's not who you really are, then why would you portray that?
I don't think I'm getting back at myself at all. I think I have a genuine understanding of myself and everything, what I've experienced in life. I don't think that's not at all. It's not fakery. It's just I genuinely just don't see shit in the same way that a lot of.
Bro, if it's your way of getting back at people, who was you before? What was you doing before the dresses? What was you before? When I heard you, what I heard is like run of the mill grime MC. Like I could name probably, well, I probably couldn't even name them, but I'll find them. There's probably another 10 MCs that sound similar. Is basically what I'm saying. So, you know, to help yourself stand out, you know, I could see that probably that's what you've done there. You've used that to enhance your image more than the lyrics. That's what I think.
Okay, so
enhance the lyrics.
My rebuttal to that is
the shock factor.
My rebuttal to that is that that me as an MC on sets is very different to me as an MC on tracks, and I definitely prioritize the latter more than the former.
Okay.
I don't even write lyrics I write lyrics separately for sets, separately from lyrics for tracks. So I still think that it would be that my actual recorded music would contextualize everything just a lot better than.
Yeah, but what was you dressing like before? Obviously, all the
the other thing, the other rebuttal was, I'll tell you, like, I was someone before. I did not have a lot of confidence. It took me a long time to become as extroverted as I am now. Like, I'm not.
Yeah, that's true. I could testify to that.
Yeah,
skateboard. We call you Skateboard P. You was the biggest guy I've ever seen with a skateboard, bro. The skateboard's massive. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was on a skateboard thing, 3/4 shorts and all of that. Like, bro, you're too big for Vans. You're too big.
Yeah, I've always been a bit like outside the box, but I was not confident before. I've become confident. I found as an adult, like I was quite not shy. Shy is the wrong word. I was not secure. I was not secure.
Do you think there's a reason why people assume you was gay or teased you and said you was gay?
Yeah, he's built like Callum.
What's Callum?
Yeah, like that. Like, no, our brother who goes to the park. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, we describing my build.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a big boy still, like.
Yeah. So
you just got a small head.
I'm dead. So for me, it was a thing. I think what maybe had people thinking that is because I'm not a typical guy in a lot of respects in terms of the way that I'm not really. I don't know.
I'm not witness rebel, man.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Have you ever struggled with like mental health or depression?
Definitely, absolutely. Yeah, and not in like I don't mean it in any like attention seeking or performative way.
Yeah,
I mean it in serious. I've you know, like all of us, I think a lot of black people, to be honest, have or do. I've like, just for some context, my family forced me to get a lip reduction surgery when I was in school.
To get a what?
A lip reduction surgery.
Lip?
Yes. Against my will.
Sorry, 1 second. Hold on. 1 second.
Lip reduction.
Yeah.
Bro,
heard that story before.
You talking about your like the lips on your mouth,
on my face. Yes.
A lip reduction surgery. Why did you?
Mad.
Why?
Because my family are coons.
Which side? Which side is this?
The Jamaican side.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I've you know, I'm not even trying to tout like my experiences is more. Go on,
bro. Sorry. How old was you?
I was 16.
So you were 16, and your family said your lips are too big. We're gonna book you in for a surgery.
Yeah,
I told you he's Nigerian, man. This can happen to a Nigerian.
Is that how it happened?
So basically, it was a thing where my this is probably TMI in terms of giving away too much information, but fuck it, like it's all right. It's a thing where like, so I think I had a bit of a speech impediment when I was younger,
Yeah.
And then my grandma, who's like she has her own serious issues in terms of coonery. And she kind of made my mum feel like my lips were too big. So then and bear in mind at this time I was starting to read about I was starting to kind of step into myself in terms of being a black person, having my own identity, understanding myself and my history and everything. And I was like, I was objecting to it, but it kind of, my family weren't listening to me. I was telling them that I don't want this. And then it got forced on me. And the doctor was saying how it would probably benefit me in the long run in terms of the appearance, in terms of my quality of life, to have this reduction on my bottom lip.
Mad thing.
Yeah.
You still got a big bottom lip? That's mad.
Yeah.
It regrew.
Yeah.
So, brother, can I ask you? You showed a lot of resentment towards that. How do your family feel about what you're doing now?
I don't really speak to most of them, to be honest, because they're still witnesses, and they don't really endorse a lot of the very, very normal shit that people
that would make sense. That would make sense. Like when I saw your
Grime,
I looked at your profile picture and I see Dracula.
You would wear like I said, you would wear a dress as part of fashion, like just what?
Before, wait. Explain what you mean. Do you mean like in terms of? Do you think that's why I'm being ostracized?
No. I'm asking you. You wear. You're comfortable to wear women's clothes. Is that correct?
Uncomfortable to wear a dress. Yeah, it wouldn't bother me at all.
Would you wear a dress just out on a social thing?
It depends. It depends, man. I just like clothes that I think look nice.
So you might do though. So
I might do, yeah.
You ever been out wearing a skirt?
No, not really. Because I don't like. I wouldn't wear shorts the same way. Really.
Would you ever have worn a dress to the barbershop?
No. I'm good.
Yeah, he knows what time it is. He knows what time it is. Cooking class, bro.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
but yeah.
What about like shoes? Women's shoes, like high heels. Would you wear anything like that? Women's boots, long boots.
To be honest, I'm size 12, so I'm not going to be getting into a lot of it.
What about underwear?
No. Not really interested. I just like it simple. Just uniform boxers.
Do you own a lot of dresses?
No.
Okay. So why is it? I mean, in that main picture of you in that that flowery kind of thing, yeah.
I went to ID magazine, and they shot me, and then they let me. They styled me.
So they said, look. So they shot you. Had you worn a dress before that?
Yeah, I had.
What, in terms of as part of your Grime image?
No, just wait. So
where was the first time you were like being pictured as this Grime guy that wears dresses? Where did you first? Where was the first image of that created?
The first image that was published was that ID shoot.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you taken ones before in dresses?
Not taken. No shoots.
Okay, so but you've been wearing dresses privately.
Yeah. I've got a broad wardrobe.
So you had dresses in your wardrobe. Where did you wear those dresses, though? Is what I'm saying.
I had them ready for performances.
And what performances had you worn them at? None yet.
No, I had. Wait, I'm trying to think of the timeline. So that one was 2019. 2018 is when I started like getting my wardrobe ready for performing.
Yeah, but you.
So that was the very first time. Actually,
right.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You discussed this with the ID guys.
Yeah, I did. Because they had a shoot. They had another shoot that I had done. I think you brought up one of the images before, and then they based the shoot on this one, but with a bigger budget and more expensive stuff. And yeah.
And was it all dresses?
No. There was a mix of stuff. They had like the shoot was was a bit of that was not an enjoyable experience, just because I don't know, it was they obviously spoke to me when I first got there. I ran them through maybe how I want to be presented in the shoot, but then they weren't really actually listening to me. But yeah, the dress was a mix of both mine and the shoot director's idea.
Bro, can I ask you, what would you know about ID Magazine? Are you aware of them? Like what they stand for and what they've done? What do you know about them?
I know that they're owned by Vice. I know that like a lot. Yeah, they're owned by Vice magazine. As far as I know.
What do you know about like what they portray and their previous like covers, for example? Are you aware of?
Yeah, I was aware of that before.
Very avant-garde, yeah.
Yeah.
You see, obviously, you said that you're partially a product of your environment. I'd imagine we're all products of our environment to some extent.
Yeah.
But, would you say that your friendship dynamic would consist of people who think similar to you on this whole, dressing, cross-dressing and stuff like that?
Well, before, I would say that no, I didn't. I've only very recently, over the last obviously I had like my core friendships, like Mike knows the ones my guys that I was friends with from young. But aside from like literally like 2 or 3 people, I didn't really have that many people that I didn't really have anyone that really thought like me, to be honest. I've only very recently in the last few years got people that are around me that I would say I can.
Do you feel like when you're around, obviously, other people who are more accepting of the dress wearing behavior and stuff like that, do you feel more accepted in that environment?
Absolutely.
Okay, because that's the kind of energy I'm getting from your tone of conversation. So obviously, because you feel more accepted in that environment, you want to, adhere to that with your dress code and the way you talk about things.
I think I adhere is the wrong term, because it's a thing where I genuinely like.
Or do you just incorporate? You incorporate.
Incorporate, yeah, is a better word, because adhere is more like I would need a pass that will be my pass to be in this friendship group or something. I think that as I've gotten older and I've gotten more confident and I've been more myself, and I've been able to like amass friends and like friendships where the people are a lot less judgmental, or a lot less like they're less hypercritical. They're less combative as well, because that's when I was younger and I wasn't so confident, I wasn't so secure in myself. That was a big thing. I'm not. You see how the ways that young boys will like banter with each other and they'll take the piss, and I'm not good at that. I'm not. That's not really how I am. I'm not. That's not really.
Can I just say, bro?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, bro. Do you not see it as more of a rebellion what you're doing? Because I think you understood how rigid. More of a rebellion. Like, for example, if you said you dressed as a skater, like I think you understood how society sees men and women, and you were kind of against that in a way, and you had your own style. But do you not see this as taking it kind of a bit further in that way, and more of a rebellion as opposed to being yourself?
I mean,
your instances can't help you. I've got a curse for all of them. I'll violate family members, then I'll slap at your dad and dust. I'll sabotage your wedding, cover the cake in angel dust. I'll duck you on your grave. I'll twerk on your tombstone. I'll duck both your parents and be a villain just like you were. Incantation for your death, I'm impatient. Cuss man, judge man, cuss man, judge man. Incantation for your death, I'm impatient. Cuss man, judge man. Cause judgment, incantation, for your death, I'm impatient. Cause man, box, I slip out your hand. Slip up your brand new books. Kicking your newborn's head. And I'll leave your dog in the woods. I will pick up your grandma's house and I'll take a dump on your whip. If you get a terminal illness, I'll pull out the IV drip. I'll pull your do-rag off. So your daughter crack. Throw you under a train. Make it right for you, never go back. I will spit in your face with phlegm. And I'll light up your house like blim. Your ancestors can't help you. I've got a curse for all of them. I'll violate family members, then I'll slap at your dad and dust. I'll sabotage your wedding, cover the cake in angel dust. I'll duck you on your grave. I'll twerk on your tombstone. I'll duck both your parents and be a villain just like you were. Incantation for your death, I'm impatient. Cuss man, judge man, cuss man, judge man. Incantation for your death.
If you weren't wearing makeup, there, I'd say that was hard.
Thank you. What was the question that what was the guy was asking?
I was just saying, like, do you see this as more of a rebellion as opposed to you trying to be yourself? I thought you were being yourself prior when you were kind of dressing in your skateboard style and stuff. You know?
No, but I don't think the reason why I don't think that's fair is because a lot of the time in the past I was compromising. But I've always been myself. I've really never had to. I've never been good at like currying favor through trying to fit in or anything. It's a thing where I before didn't have the confidence to present how I wanted to present, and then as I got older, I was able to amass it. I was able to amass the confidence, and I started being the way I wanted to be in the whole time. If I had maybe had an environment that was a bit more forgiving and a bit more understanding, I probably would have been on the same shit that I'm on now as like a 19-year-old or an 18-year-old.
Right,
still very young, but
let me ask a question about one of them lyrics there. Because Jedi said he thought them lyrics was hard if you weren't wearing makeup, but I need to ask you about one of them. Did you say you spill terps on a man's tombstone?
Twerk on a tombstone.
You'll do what?
Twerk on a tombstone.
No. Explain yourself. No. What, you're gonna get a girl to twerk on his tombstone?
No, I was saying I'll twerk on your tombstone.
What, you will twerk
on the tombstone? Is
that something that you do? You do twerking? Is something
I don't
exercise you partake in?
No, I'm not. But it fit the lyric. It fit like this mental picture I'm trying to give the person of just doing. I'm trying to give the listener a picture of like just like a.
You can see why that might be comedic, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed. That's how it's supposed to be. That's good. That's good that it does that.
I don't think that lyric's hard, but I thought it was very controversial.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
even the saying of the twerking and tombstone. Now that I reference it properly, because I thought you meant terps like white spirit, run the paint or something. I didn't understand it, but now I get it.
That's a good one. I might have to use. I've not heard of terpsing before, so I might have to incorporate that in the future. But yeah, it created a strong image, like a mental image.
Yeah, this guy's nuts. That's what it created. Like, yo, I ain't fucking with this guy. He gonna twerk on my grave, bro. Like, yo, allow it. Blonde hair and makeup and then dress.
Listen.
Doing incantations and that. Like, yo, I thought this nigga didn't know nothing about the occult. This is madness.
Man. For me to explain what I said was hard. I thought the rhyme flow. I thought the concepts you're trying to create. I weren't saying the specific lyric was hard. I just feel like I get it when you're being shocking and whatever. I get all of that. And even for a man to say he twerk on your tombstone, like I don't take him seriously. That he's
I would never do this.
Hold on.
I would never do this.
I wouldn't say I took it seriously if you weren't wearing makeup. You get me? Then I'm thinking there's a possibility you could actually work in it. But like I'm like I understand art a little better than that. You get me? So I know that was an artistic license or whatever. But in even the incantation judge, man, I'm not saying I agree with none of that. But
that's funny.
Artists say judge bars, and we all thought it was hard or clever or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Jay Hutt's got bare judge bars. Every man's got judge bars. Take bath, judge. Jamie, he's got a whole drink called Judge Man.
That's what I got. He's who actually got the inspiration for it from the.
And that's a good segue onto JME, because he seems to be co-signing you, or he's co-signed you a couple of times. You've done a set like what one for JME?
What do you mean?
Like, as in, like, what's the relationship with you and JME?
We've never listen. I asked him to come studio a few weeks ago, but he didn't get back to me. But like generally, like he just is. I don't really know him too tough, but Jamie was actually the second Grime MC I ever heard. So I've been a fan of him consistently all the way through. So it's more a thing where I'm just happy to have any co-sign from him at all. To be honest with you, man. It's just I'm just grateful, but I don't really know him at all.
So do you feel like you're like a younger version of a JME then?
Not really a younger. I think we're quite different. we come from very different places, like artistically, I think as well. But I think that I definitely, when I was growing up, he really made me. He's also part of why I was even able to become confident in myself, because he will be making tunes where he's talking about just all kinds of stupidness, and I was just like, I'm never gonna pretend like I'm from the roads. I can never. That's not my reality. So I would hear stuff like his.
Is he cool with all of like the dress wearing and all that kind of stuff, the makeup? He ain't got a problem with none of that.
Well, I don't think, I don't know his opinion intimately on it, but I know that it's not. It hasn't repelled him from.
Well, you know what? You know about Skepta, so I don't think they care about women's clothes and that. I mean, brother. They've been quite. I think Skepta been quite clear. It'd be weird if Jeremy had a problem with that and then was like retweet.
I was thinking that same thing. That's why I thought. Let me clarify that. Let me just.
It's just the industry, the way it works, bruv. It's mad. I know what it is. Everyone knows what it is here, bruv. But I said, if you want to play this dangerous game, you know what I mean? That's down to you. But I said you can end up typecast and all of that. Now, when you're trying to break out and actually do what you really want to do, it might be a downfall. You get it? Then you find out how real a part of the agenda you were. Do you get it? And how much the LGBT thing was helping, or you know what I mean? The androgynous thing was helping. So
the way I see it is more the fact that if I was someone that was so disingenuous that I was like opposed to like this lifestyle and I was doing this, I would understand your point, but that's not how I don't feel.
I understand that. I feel like it's part of our society now.
Yeah,
like you lot's generation.
For some people, that might be a problem where they genuinely.
There's grown ass man wearing dresses. I ain't gonna lie to you. Basketball man who are wearing fucking skirts. Like, yo, the whole world's gone upside down. But you know, I'm from a different place. I mean, you're half Bob Marley and half Fela Kuti. So I don't know if that's what comes out. You know what I'm saying? If that's the style that comes out of it, like that's a mad thing. Because I don't think that. Yeah.
I've got a question to ask you guys. Say hypothetically, if you see how we've had this dialogue, and I do feel like I've been heard. I feel like it's been good. Like it's been. Give me 1 second. My headphone just popped up. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what I was saying, see the way we had this dialogue, right. And I feel like I've been heard. I feel like I've been able to articulate my stuff. I've heard what everyone said. I think I've like, yeah, it's like I feel like it's been good. But I've got to ask, like, if very early into this conversation, I remember someone was like, "Oh, I think it might have been Jedi who asked it," and he was like, "Oh, are you gay or something?" Or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly.
I don't think he asked it. He asked it.
It weren't me.
Yeah. Okay. Someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then would you have given me like the level of room to speak if I had said yes?
Yeah. We've had gay people on there before. We've had trans people on there before. We had lesbians, we had a bisexual sister.
You heard Mike, man, in the barbershop, man. I'll take the pink pound, and I think I've taken it a few times. Just man, I openly confessed and said, "Yeah, I'm gay" or whatever. Bruh, you can't be pouting while I'm trimming your mustache.
You being gay is not gonna stop us having a conversation.
Okay, good. I was just I don't remember what my exact line of reasoning was for me asking that, but I think it was more just because like it's
barbershop, you know what time it is, like
yeah.
I know what you mean, because you know what man really think on some certain subjects here, but man are open. I mean, to have a barbershop, like
you got a girlfriend?
Do I?
Yeah,
I do.
What kind of girl is she?
What kind of girl is she?
Yeah, what kind of girls are you into?
These man,
she's black.
I don't even want to mention. These Jehovah's Witness boys are dangerous, bro. Dangerous. Bro.
No.
Savage. Savage.
What you into?
Black girls. Exclusively.
Strictly.
Say that again?
Exclusively black girls.
Yeah, exclusively.
And what I don't know, what like your girl, like what's her kind of interest? Like what describe her as a person.
She's very, very particular, and she's very much into social issues. She reads quite a lot. She's into politics a lot. She's very into fashion. I've been telling her to model for time because she'll be fantastic at it.
Who's got better makeup? You or her?
You're funny. Yeah.
You like that one, didn't it?
Yeah, that was good. It's all right. But yeah, she's very her family are Eritrean, so she's quite
accent queen.
She was raised as a Catholic, so she's quite opinionated when it comes to like the whole like the Christian thing and like a lot of religion generally, and I think that's we initially started.
So how do you feel about you wearing makeup?
She's cool. She's totally fine with it.
You wear makeup when you're out. Do you ever wear makeup when you're out with her?
We haven't been together long enough because it's been in the pandemic. So
what about your girl before that?
Girl before that.
Or girls in the past?
It's cool.
Your makeup.
Obviously, not all girls would be cool with it, but all
none of them witness girls. Stop it.
Yeah.
No,
witness girls.
Hold on, man. Just tell me about your ex-girls, though. 1 second. Just tell me about your ex-girls. Like, how have they felt about you? Like, can I call it cross-dressing? Because to me, that's what it is. You're wearing makeup and women's clothes. That's cross-dressing, G.
And look like no varnish too.
Yeah, wait, what? You don't wanna call it cross-dressing.
Do you wear no varnish as well?
But you admit that you are a male wearing women's clothing at times.
Wait, say that again. The last bit.
Do you admit that you are a male that wears women's clothing at times?
What I would admit, because of the way I see clothing and the way I see just society generally, is I wear clothes. I think some people might see them as women's clothes, but I'm a bit more open-minded than that.
But hold on 1 second. But you know the clothes are made for women, and you don't mind wearing them. That's a difference from them not being made for women. You know it's women's clothing because we've been using that terminology for this whole like interview. So like by now we're comfortable with the fact that it's clothes intended for women.
All right. We'll go with that. That's
That makes you a cross-dresser.
All right.
You don't like the term, though. You're uncomfortable with the term.
Yeah, because it's just because it's more than anything.
It's more enhanced.
It's like it's pejorative.
Why are you answering for him? How could you answer, Shifa? Like, look, no one just went to be quiet, Shifa, man. This ain't your experience, bro. Like, what? I don't get it.
I was helping him find the word.
No, you don't quite find the word about him cross-dressing unless you know about cross-dressing too.
I don't know nothing about no cross-dressing.
It don't even make no sense. What man would be like dreaming to answer for another? Like, bro, I don't get it.
No one's dreaming, bro.
Let's not lose the point. That's quite an important question. If you can answer that, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. My train of thought's totally gone. What was the initial question?
Fucking hell.
He's just saying to you, like, are you aware and you're appreciative of the fact that it's cross-dressing what you're actually
No. What was the initial question? The initial.
How did the women
that was the question
in your life feel about your cross-dressing and you're wearing makeup? How do they feel in general? Like your last relationships, what have they been like? And then I would ask, secondly, how do you approach the subject when you initially meet a woman? But like, answer the first, and then we'll get into that.
They've been totally cool, totally like non-judgmental. I find generally as well that I don't know, with a lot of stuff, a lot of social issues, I found women to just be more open-minded than men. So it's never really been a problem.
How have you picked women that are liberal-minded? What pool are you fishing them from? Because you're clearly fishing them from a liberal pool, or you know a certain look. Come on, tell us the truth, man. Because you're not just gonna approach any old chick. So you must know.
You'll be honestly, you would be surprised with the extent of like, you know, like a lot of women really are cool. Not obviously, I wouldn't expect all of them to be, but most, I don't know. And I'm being honest with you, like, then most are totally fine. Like, most are not really judgmental or pretty progressive in that respect. I'll prefer the term progressive even to liberal, because even liberals more like, that's more like the Labour Party. Do you know what I mean?
I realised you man couldn't hear me, could you?
No.
I was saying, yeah, when you were saying cross-dressing, yeah, like there's a more enhanced word in it, like it's transvestite in it. That's the word in it. It's more enhanced, because if you're dressing like a female, yeah, and you feel comfortable like that, that's what they would call you in it. They say you're transvestite.
I don't know.
Think about it like this. Lily Savage, yeah. What was it? Big Breakfast back in the day. Remember Lily Savage?
Who's that?
Don't remember Lily Savage? There was a program called Big Breakfast back in the day, yeah, and they used to have a white man dress up as a woman, yeah. And
I don't remember that still.
Don't remember that?
I do, yeah.
I don't remember.
I remember it.
I remember the Lily Savage guy, old guy.
We don't know about
glasses.
What are we talking about?
And a dog.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember Lily
Savage. We don't know about it. But anyway, tell us about your.
The point I'm trying to say is, yeah, what we would have called Lily Savage is a transvestite. So, you know, obviously Jedi is saying cross-dresser, but the actual word is transvestite. Is the point I'm making.
I don't know enough about this thing or about.
Me neither, man.
Yeah,
neither, you're getting very like.
Transvestite.
No, you know what? I don't. We got Schiffer on there to break it down for us, bro.
A transvestite and a cross-dresser, it's men wearing women's clothes, and that's essentially what you do.
That's what it is, yeah. That's what when I was growing up.
No, man don't just wear women clothes. Man act like women as well, no?
I don't know about yeah, they do act.
Of course,
well.
Lily Savage
is
a role, isn't it? So.
Yeah, he acts as well. He acts.
Right. So
I just remember when I was growing up here, when I asked a grown up, why is he dressing like a woman? I was told he's a transvestite. That's what I was told. So I'm gonna Google what that is, because I've never actually looked it up. Never had.
Obviously, the first one is Dame Edna, isn't it? Dame Edna.
I don't know about Dame Edna. I don't know that one, but I know they're
some Australian man. I can't remember the man's name, but some old fat man. But yeah, half the time you wore glasses and shit and dressed like a woman.
Right. So the second question was, how do you broach the subject of the fact that you sometimes wear dresses and makeup?
It's not really something that would come up late in conversation. So it will probably come up on the first date, in terms of they'll probably ask what I do, and then I'll tell them, and they'll probably ask to see, and then they'll find out that way, or they might ask when they go home or whatever. You know, like it wouldn't be something that looms over me like some dark cloud. It will just get. It will pretty quickly get spoken about. And I've never had like a mad experience with that ever.
Never had no girl like just ghost you after that, like, okay, and like, to be honest, I'm not looking for a man that wears makeup, or I'm not looking for a man that wears women's dresses. Even though I rate your creativity, I don't really find that attractive in a man. So that's why it makes me know that you've picked well with the women you've gone for. So I feel if they've a certain look, or you've had a certain confidence that they're going to be on what you're on, bro. And I'm asking, what is that criteria? How have you done that? Where have you sourced him? Come on, bro.
Yo, Jedi, think about it though, yeah. What's that girl's name? Jordan. Remember Jordan? Yeah, she used to date the white boy, yeah, and he used to put on dresses.
MMA fighter.
I don't know, man. I don't know about
he's an MMA fighter. He knows who I'm talking about. I can't remember the guy's name. I just remember they was in Big Brother or something, or The Jungle or something together. They was in something, yeah. Then all of a sudden they're canoodling, fam. My man's a cross-dresser or transvestite. And the word is transvestism. Hold on. How do you say this? Let me tell you the word.
Transvestite.
No, it's called transvestism. It's transvestism, and it's also called cross-dressing, or the practice of wearing the clothes of the opposite sex. So ain't got nothing to do with no.
What about but that's wearing the clothes of the opposite species. But is that
so
the same
maybe
thing?
maybe the guy I supposed to speak of it now, but obviously
I mean being half man, half fish.
Sorry, that's if Schiffer's finished. So
sure. Being half man, half fish.
Wait, what?
Is that not trans fish?
Schiffer, you done?
Transfishite.
Just Macu guy. That's what me talking.
Sorry.
I was just pointing out that was the word, isn't it? Like that we're dealing with.
What's the word?
Long story short, Macu's talking about transfiction, those sorts of stuff.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah. So how have you found these women that are so like each time you've dropped it? Because you said yourself lots of women, I don't know if you said most women or lots of women wouldn't really be on it, but you did say that. So
I didn't say that. I don't think I said that.
You said something like
no, I don't.
Maybe you said not all women.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah, I did say that too. Actually, now I remember.
Yeah.
Not all, but I've been pretty fortunate, and also I do think it might be a generational thing too. Like,
right.
I think
definitely.
I think it's going to be a generational difference when it comes to ethics. I think generally. So, like, yeah.
So can I get to the crux of it? If you
hold on, wait. You're about 28 now, yeah?
Peak. I'm just turned 29.
Okay, so, yeah, it's peak for that generation. So that's what I'm saying.
If someone labels you, if somebody labels you a cross-dresser, do you see that as closed-minded?
I think so. Yeah.
I think that's the problem.
And the reason why I explained, like, and even when we first started having this conversation, the reason why I think it's closed-minded is because I think a lot of people's idea of gender and the way Black people are seen is very rooted in colonialism, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on that earlier on, about masculinity and femininity. Yeah, you had apprehensions about coming on the show, and I think the show, if you listen to it, it's about kind of giving you different perspectives. And now, for me, like listening to you, it sounds like you spoke about this kind of lip surgery. You were at a really young age, and I can imagine how traumatizing that must have been. And you spoke kind of negatively about your family because of that. Here's a family from a conservative background who has done something to cosmetically change your look. So I feel like a lot of this is a trauma. I wouldn't say it's a conscious decision that you're making, but it's more of a rebellious kind of action that you're taking.
Can I tell you something? So for me, I'm someone who very I hear what you mean. I don't agree, but I hear what you're saying. But for me, I'm someone who I've been to therapy. I've been to a therapist. We've spoken at length. Like I went for like half a year. We spoke about lots of what I mentioned and other stuff too. I don't think that it's so. This is not something where I'm not conscious of what I'm doing and how I'm feeling. I am like it's not. I would understand. I understand where you're going, but that's not the case.
But you mentioned earlier on that you were spiritually kind of neglectant of this kind of religious view, but you're not spiritually neglectant really, because if you listen to your lyrics, you talk about kind of the spiritual aspects and stuff. So how do you consolidate that? Do you just reject it all?
I'm telling you. Okay, so just like this is just definitively. When it comes to like matters of like the spiritual and stuff, it's more the fact that I'm very anti-religious, and I'm more apathetic towards spiritual stuff. To be honest,
you're an atheist.
Yeah, definitely.
I hope this is not.
Why? Okay, why? Okay, no. Why are you such an adamant, such a
staunch?
Yeah, staunch atheist.
Because
that's the story behind it, bro. What did God do to hurt you, man?
Well, if it's
wickedness, man.
Yeah,
how did you prove
wickedness?
Yo, 1 second, family. Nah, man, don't. I want to know what he thinks, because you get me. Don't know the time we speak on this thing, and I want to make sure no stone is unturned.
Yeah.
Give the young man the greatest opportunity to be frank and open with us, because I think I'm gonna cut this, snip it out, and post it up as a separate. You get me? As a separate conversation where you can do what you want with it and whatnot. Yeah. So let's just make sure we covered everything. That's why I'm trying to cut out the stupidness as well. Like, you get me? So sorry if I'm being impatient with the brothers, because we normally just throw stuff in and chime in. But I'm very specific when it comes to my interviews, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
The way. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm gonna make this proposition to you that you feel offended. You feel like God has not. That clearly wasn't there for some occasion, some momentous occasion or period in your life where
Not
it
my
became
life.
evident to you that there was no God, and this is why you are so sure there's no God, and you're so adverse to there not being a God, either because you don't want there to be a God, or because he proved or it was proven there was no God. Because you went through something. What was it?
Wait, so my whole rationale is that at the very least, the Christian interpretation of God, like, I don't know, I was having this conversation with my mum even a few weeks ago when I was asking her about why she chose to be a Jehovah's Witness, and the way I was just asking, like, where was, like, I don't know about other denominations of Christianity, but with Jehovah's Witnesses, what I was raised in, like, they talk about the last days a lot. They talk about the fact that essentially that the apocalypse is imminent, and they usually use like social happenings as a barometer for how they would determine how if the end is near or close or whatever. And I was just saying to her, like, how could, and this is just my stance generally, how can the Christian interpretation, at the very least, of God exist when slavery happened, when colonialism happened, when Western enacted genocide happened? Like, it feels like a lot of these religions like totally just gloss over the fact that there's been serious atrocities that have taken place where God has not intervened. And I just could never. I see it, and I'm just like, I can't. There's no religion that has made me.
Mainly from the. I mean, you grew up in Tottenham.
No. I lived in Palmer's Green mainly, and the surrounding areas. Yeah.
All right. And mixed school and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Like ethnically or like or gender wise.
Ethnically.
Ethnic, kinda. Yeah. It's not. It wasn't when I was leaving, but when I went there, it was pretty mixed ethnically. Yeah.
What's your worst experience of racism or racial prejudice against you, or
racism? That's an interesting. What made you ask that question? Just from because that's an interesting question. Because I've there's been a few things. There's been just like general exclusion from just like, just the conversation. Just like, I don't know, because when I was in school, I wasn't not really that good at sports. At least for the first part of my school life in secondary school, and then I think maybe because these white kids expected me to be good at stuff, to be good at football and basketball, and I wasn't. They were quite like vehement in like dismissing me, and then I got called nigger a few times as well, growing up, by like mostly by Asian kids, to be honest with you. Actually, in the workplace, I've experienced a lot of racism, a lot of like quite blatant racism.
But young, did you choose to have like a less black peer group, or did you gravitate towards the white kids or whatever, and they just or
no? Okay, so my close friendship group has, for my entire life, has been almost exclusively black, because obviously with witnesses, they're not really even allowed to associate with people that aren't witnesses, and all the witnesses are black. So I'd say black. I would only hang out with white kids at school, and even that was not a choice. That was just incidental. Like my close, actual good friends, like as Mike will know, were black people.
But you did come across some racism and whatnot.
Yeah.
The issue with the lip surgery, did you see that as being slightly a kind of racial self-hatred or something like that?
Yeah, by my parents. Well, by my family. Yeah, definitely, absolutely.
Okay,
I knew what it was at the time.
And growing up, you would say that you said your family were coons. Was that? Did you know that, or did you feel that, or did you experience the?
Yeah, definitely. Because, to be honest with you, a lot of the worst treatment I had in terms of my heritage was from my family members, my Caribbean family members specifically.
Right.
Because they would even just like the way that my aunties would come to my house, and my dad would be making like a bonner soup and stuff, and they would be they'll be trying to mock it and say it smells like shit, and they would like say how like they would like, it was weird, like they would make jokes about how like I wasn't really related to them because I was Nigerian, and like, my grandma would like say how disgusting my lip looked, and then when I had the surgery, she was saying how improved I looked. And so, to be honest, a lot of like a lot of the I guess quote unquote experience was actually internalized by other people's other black people's internalized racism against me.
Right. Yeah. But it does exist, and we're getting to the crux of that and why that is, because obviously the reason why I was asking about that was because I think I don't know how I do it, but there's a profile that I build up of people when they chat to me, and I can see how that whole side of things really affected you and even the choices you're making, because it's forced you to go in the other way in terms of conformity, in terms of even the notion of a God. And like what you said, that's there when, remember, all the tragedies you spoke about were to do with the black race. You're very vehement about only wanting a black partner. So you're very, very conscious about displaying your empathy and your identity around being black. And that comes part and parcel with, I suppose, what you might call the negative aspects of the history, you know, whether it be slavery or racism or suffering abuse and things like that. And you even can identify with that in your own life because from your own people, you see that shit. Do you know what I mean? And African sentiment and and tribalism and all these things, self-hate. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, man, I mean, once you become at one with that, once you let that go on, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure you travel. You travel a lot.
I try to. I went to Addis Ababa a couple of years ago.
Right.
For my birthday. I'm trying to go to more places when the pandemic's done.
Right, man. I mean, look, man. I hope I hope you stop wearing dresses, my G. I'll be real in it, yeah, because right about now we got an uphill struggle with people that want to promote their sexuality and their lifestyle above the sanctity or the safety of our culture and some of the principles in our culture which have stood the test of time because they've been like our last saving grace against this new age kind of future we're walking into, bro. And I'm just saying, innit, if you're not gay and you don't really want to be known as a cross-dresser or whatever, obviously you're going to express yourself the way you express. But the next couple generations is going to be telling exactly how much of the elite's storyline we live up to. And I do believe that this is part of a really big agenda, and it just so happens that your need to express and be different comes out this way, and it's something that is really fitting with the current timeline. One quick question though, because someone's asking in the chat, where do you stand on COVID-19 and the vaccine? What's your view?
Okay, so I want so desperately to believe that this shit is not real, because I don't want it. I don't know. I don't. It's aside from it being an enormous inconvenience, it's also just it's depressing just to be living at this time in a lot of respects in terms of just seeing where shit's going. But I don't know. I haven't seen enough that's made me think that this shit is a conspiracy. That's basically that's all really. That's all I think really. Yeah.
Let me just quickly. Yo, Fred Neek, what's good? Yo, Fred. Yo, 1 2 1 2. Fred. Can you hear us? We can hear you, but you're not talking. All right, cool. I don't know what that's about. Sorry about that, man. Sorry, did I? Yeah, family, man.
What was the I was gonna ask. What was you see when we were talking about how, because what I'm kind of what I kind of got from what you were saying before, the thing about COVID was, you were saying, it almost sounded like you were trying to say that my energies were invested better in prioritizing, maybe prioritizing Black people. I don't know if that's what you were trying to say.
I'm saying I get why you are
the way I am.
Black. I don't even want to use those corny words like Afrocentric, but I get why you're Black centric minded, why you're Black power minded, why that's where your epicenter is in terms of identity, because you've gone through some trauma and had some life experiences, and you know how endangered a Black man is. You know how, and not just any Black man, but like, to be frank, an African, long, dark-skinned Black man. Like, you get me? Big lip, big nose Black man. That is not just any old Black man. You are representing a certain phenotype, and the full brunt of people's stereotypes. If you're white, Chinese, or whatever, you're gonna perceive their stereotypes. You're also very empathetic, so you feel them on an emotional level, and you know how people. That's why it felt funny, the last conversation. But
I've been at the head.
Makeup and dresses and gold hair and gold eyebrows as a defense, as a shield, because you've been hurt. You've been hurt by the way people look at your appearance. So now you've got these walls up, these defenses, like the makeup and that, to be like, okay, you're gonna be so wrapped up with this and so like puzzled by this or uncomfortable with this that you're never even gonna really try and look at the real me, because the real me I'm still fucking dealing with. Because that's why you're hiding behind all this shit. It's all accessories and props, and it's a distraction from who you really are. And I think this is what some of the brothers are trying to touch on. It's gimmick. It's gimmick, bro. It's gimmick, man.
I want to localize it a bit more. Like, you know, the trauma that you went through, bro. Like, I can assure that nobody agrees with it. Everyone would think it's abhorrent, you know, for a family to suggest such a thing to a child. However, like, you have to appreciate that, you know, like Jedi rightfully mentioned these kind of greater agendas that are in play, but you have to remember, like, you know, you have to, your daily life is dealing with your family. The more you're turning towards this kind of open-mindedness, you know, your family being the staunch Christians that they are, it's going to have a immediate effect in your household. So I think, like you said, you had dialogue with your mom. I think that's important. So if you continue to kind of dialogue with that, I think that can help, like, the healing process, whether it's you finding your truth, your self-actualizing yourself in the right way. But you remember, like, the more you kind of veer towards this kind of open agenda, this liberal kind of ideology, the more it's going to impact your home life.
So first off, I don't live with my family anymore, so that already, the home life, and also the home life.
Do you not feel that foundation, that relationship is always important to maintain with your family, you know?
Yeah,
not your friend.
If okay, I've got something to posit to you. What is, and I don't mean this for myself, I just mean this generally. What is the line? What is, like, the line that at what point do you is it morally acceptable for you to eschew your family?
I think it's always a balance. It's always a middle ground, because, you know, your family are people that unconditionally care for you. No matter if you dress like this or you have these conservative views, they'll always love you unconditionally. So I think it's always about finding balance.
And I'm not trying to be contrarian. I
disagree.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't really believe in the idea, and I'm not. This is not coming from a place of hurt. This is more coming from a place of just observation. I don't believe that conditional familial love is automatic. It's not automatic. It's not.
Did you get this fellowship?
No, I didn't. I left before they could.
You know, I think it's automatic, bro.
Was you baptized?
I think it's like
I was baptized. Yeah, I was baptized.
But I think it is automatic. However, I don't think parents necessarily know what's best for you. They want best for you, but they don't necessarily know what's best for you. I think that's the difference.
But what about in households? And I'm also, bear in mind, I'm not saying this from I'm not saying this so much from experience. I'm just saying it's more from like observation. Like, what about the families where the parents are just abusive? Like, so does the child born into this household, when they've been at the behest of like these abusive people, do you think that still rings true? Like, do they have to? Does the child owe the parent anything?
No, I think that's like you've kind of articulated that freedom as well. So once this trauma happened, you've kind of gone the other route in many ways. You've kind of gone this liberal kind of route. So I think that's your way of kind of finding that middle ground, and it's an ongoing journey, And I'm saying that the more you kind of veer towards this kind of liberal kind of agenda, the more it drives a wedge between you and your family. And I think ultimately that's what you need to focus on, not this bigger agenda that's happening, and these judgments that come with it. Because like nobody's gonna, give you a warm welcome, especially in the scene that you're in. So,
I don't think that I don't think that's true. And the reason why I don't think that's true is because I think that it's more on a case by case basis, that family matters rather. I think that if you had like if you have a girl and her dad is like, her dad beats her mum, and you couldn't be saying the same thing to this girl who's watched her dad and that violence on her mum. Do you know what I'm like?
Right.
This is every single case of familial relationship is going to differ. It genuinely familial love should be automatic, but it isn't always automatic. And I don't think it is fair to I don't think it's fair to assume, because some people's parents are just fucked up. That's what it comes down to. Some people's grandparents are fucked up as well, and tamper too much in their grandchildren's lives. And so it's I think that ideally, it would be fantastic to preserve familial relationships, but a lot of the time that proximity to your family is just it can cause a lot more a lot more trauma. And I think that and also as well,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Obviously, was your mother and father were present? Well, obviously you spoke about Abono Soup, so
they were both. My dad moved to Nigeria about 7 years ago, and he moved back a couple of years before. But then my family, they were both around. But
so what, did they break up or something?
Okay, so my dad was not really ever super engaged in terms of familial life, and when my dad's quite harsh. He's a very harsh person, even though I would say that he was a very good influence in terms of like my politics. I would say, in terms of like the fact he's always been very, very pro-African from when I was like very small. But I think that he also more time he would just delegate parenting duties to my mum, and he would just go and do his thing. So they were both present. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, what did he left? What did they break up? Or you just left?
Okay, so it's actually kind of convoluted. So they were having issues because my dad didn't work for a few years, and then he moved to Nigeria. But my parents were still married, and they were still essentially a couple. And he moved to Nigeria. And then he was basically saying how he's going to come back, but he didn't come back. And then they got divorced when, So then my mum remarried like a year or so ago, and now lives in the States. But they were together, but they weren't. It wasn't strong enough that it could have withstood them. My dad moving to Nigeria, and then kind of putting off the time that he would come back, because he was saying that he would come back. And then he would be there another 3 months, and then it would be 6 months, and then a year, then 3 years. So, my mum had to move on with her life.
Bro, can I ask you a question? Do you think morally, like, you see yourself to make better moral decisions to compare to what you saw from your Christian family growing up and the type of parenting that you had? Do you think that you make better moral judgments?
I think that I have the tools to make better moral judgments, and I think I've got the self-awareness, and I think I also have the empathy to make better moral judgments. But I can't definitively, just because I'm not a divine being or anything. I'm just me. I don't know. I don't know inside my parents' mind. My dad moved to Nigeria moved from Nigeria when he was like 16 years old and was in his country alone and was subject to all kinds of racism and poverty. And my mum grew up in a very, very difficult household. So I can't listen. If I had grown up if I had been my grandma's child the way my mum was, I probably would have been more fucked up, to be honest with you. So I don't judge my parents, but I also feel like I'm in a position to make better moral decisions.
Okay, what about the New Nomad's claim that the main person in charge in the household was the mother, so the female energy was the guiding light?
That's not true. I wish it was. My dad obviously was disengaged from parenting, but he was very, very controlling about mum. That was not my dad's word was the final say. It was not a democracy in my family's house at all. It only when my dad moved out to Nigeria did me and my sisters have freedom like that. My dad tried to keep a curfew on me until he moved. So when I was like 21, 22, that my dad, it was definitely a male energy presiding over that house.
Which is counterintuitive.
Was it over dominating? Yeah.
Yeah, in a lot of respects, but I think it's more on reflection. It didn't feel like I was, I don't know, like my dad. How do I explain this? Like he's just very patriarchal, you know. He's very, 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 very patriarchal. So even the way that I was like an overachiever in school. I would always do fantastically at every subject aside from maths. So my dad kind of saw me as like the golden child in a lot of respects. So even though he was very, very harsh with me, I was kind of spoiled in a lot of ways too. And then I think my sisters were quite neglected, to be honest with you. So I don't know, I guess I benefited in some ways, but I suffered in other ways. So I don't know if I can even answer that definitively. Yeah, it was definitely too harsh, but I don't know. I also feel like.
Do you believe there's more to life?
More to life.
Do you think death is the end?
Yeah, I do. I don't see anything past our corporeal life. Our physical. I've never, even when I was a Jehovah's Witness, even shit like prayer felt very unnatural to me. It felt very it felt like it wasn't even touching me. It just felt like, what is this? Like it almost felt like it felt like a joke, to be honest.
So would you be prepared to let anyone to prove to you that the supernatural was real, for instance? Would you let anybody place you in the center of a ritual? If they promise no physical harm to you?
I'm not sure. It depends on who the person was.
A witch?
Probably not. No.
A witch? Yeah.
I think that also as well, a lot of the things that I want in life are things that don't feel beyond me. They don't feel celestial. They feel like I can see them and I can see.
Cool.
Say that again?
I'm saying there's a witch. Like there's a witch that wants to prove to you that the supernatural is real, that the spiritual world is real, and they're gonna do that by you coming to a certain location and taking part and being in the center of a certain ritual.
I don't think I would participate. No, I would have to. I think I would have to know them.
Why wouldn't you participate? Why?
Just because I'm more kind of apathetic towards spiritual stuff, to be honest.
Yeah.
Than like the way that I'm like opposed to religion. I'm just more like I'm kind of just like not interested in spiritual.
I get that, but why would you? I'm saying because you don't believe in stuff. Why would you not take somebody up on their offer to prove to you? Obviously, you don't believe it, so you know they're gonna fail. So why would you engage in
when you word about that, actually, maybe I would actually, maybe.
I don't think you would, because I don't think you want to risk being involved in some shit that's fucked up.
Also bear in mind as well. Bear in mind as well that even though I can say all this stuff about how I am, I'm liberated from like the doctrines of like Christianity and like religion.
Yeah.
I've still been programmed by it, you know. Like if someone was telling me that their house has some kind of duppy in it, I'll probably be too scared to go, even though like I can tell you with my rational self that I don't believe in this.
Well, no, but hold on. But Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in duppy.
They do.
No, they don't.
They don't. Is in when I say that they do. I don't mean.
Their modern interpretation would tell you that demons do not present themselves to man. This is with their modern interpretation, because they're all locked in the pit and waiting to come out. They only influence the mind and all that. Come on, man. I was in this thing. Let me just hold on. 2 ears, 1 mouth. Fred Neek, what's good? No voice, can't hear you. Nah, I can't hear you, bro.
Yo.
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's good? Who is this?
Fred Neek.
All right, Fred Neek. Where are you calling from, man?
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire, yeah? And what's good, man? Talk to me, man. Talk to me. What you saying?
I'm just here to listen.
You can listen from YouTube, yeah?
Oh, come. I'll chip in when I...
Nah. Sorry. The door's open, but not everyone's invited. Right. Yeah.
What I was saying was the fact that growing up, that was something that was spoken about with witnesses, that they wouldn't want to participate in what they call spiritism, but they would talk about people being subject to demons, or people being at the mercy of demons, or like demonic experiences that have happened for people who've ventured into witchcraft. Maybe it was like disingenuous, and they were just telling me to, or they were telling younger people so that they'll be too afraid to try it themselves. But it was something that was definitely spoken about, definitely. And I was always told, even growing up, how if you ever come across a demon somehow, just say Jehovah's name, and then the demon will be scared and run away or something.
But your dad wasn't actually a strict Jehovah's Witness.
My dad wasn't Jehovah's Witness at all.
Right.
My dad's never been one.
I get it now. Exactly. Yeah. That's why he can talk to you about demons and spirits and shit like that.
Yeah. Maybe, but to be honest, it wasn't. It was more like my mum's family that would speak about that kind of stuff. Because one of my aunties, apparently, who not one of my mum's sisters, but another auntie, like maybe my
they believe in demonic.
Yeah, like they believe in
demonic forces. They believe in demonic entities and demonic influence. No doubt. But I'm not sure they believe in demons appearing in today's times. They believed it happened in the days before, but I feel like they've drawn a line where they say, like, the demons only have certain access and can only do certain things for now, until the key to the abyss is open, and then they've got like 1,000 years or something, that 1,000-year reign of these. I don't know. It's complicated, man, isn't it?
One
thing I agree with you on 100% is that Jehovah's Witnesses is definitely a cult.
It's a terrible cult. Everyone to get liberated from that cult. Everybody.
I mean, I'm not gonna go on like it's more of a cult than the Church of England or Islam or Christianity or Hebrew Israelites or Hinduism or whatever. I think they're all cults.
Do you know? Yeah, I agree with you, but I think the reason why I think that.
But this is definitely a Masonic. For me, I call it Masonic Christianity. That's what, for my explorations and my research, that would be the best way to describe it. Masonic, New Age Masonic Christianity.
The reason why, obviously, a lot of everything you just mentioned, that I agree that they're cults, but the reason why I think that Jehovah's Witnesses is such a harmful cult is because of the way the doctrine harms, like the way that the doctrine kind of makes the people who are involved in the religion into abusive people, like in terms of like the whole disfellowshipping doctrine, the whole that's a terrible, that's abusive shit that they do to people. I've not even been disfellowshipped before, but that's a horrible, like it's a horrible practice. And it's even aside from that, like there's lots of like the way that they're so insular, they're extremely insular. They're like do you know about Bethel?
Yeah.
Even that shit is fucking terrible. That's awful that they do that.
You heard about all the allegations about Bethel?
Yeah, I have. And if you know what's happening in Australia right now,
what's going on?
So I only found this out recently, but apparently, you see, so you know when someone has a meeting with the elders because they've they committed a quote unquote sin. So it could be something that's relatively benign, like I don't know, you having sex outside of marriage, but it could be something serious, like something like pedophilia or something. And apparently, they keep a database of pedophiles because they don't want to deal with it. They don't want like, the police or the authorities to deal with it, so they keep the database internally. So obviously, the person, say if you're a pedophile and you confess to the elders, you get this fellowship. You're out of if you go back to the meetings and you're there and you're not speaking, you'll probably be back in the congregation within 2 years. But then you can just re-offend in the community. So it creates such a problem because it just means that people never really get the help they need and they can just go and harm more people. And then apparently what's happening in Australia is that Australia asked for the database, but the congregation don't want to give it. And they're going to lose their status as a charity, which will mean they'll lose their tax exemptions because they don't want to submit this database of people who engage in pedophilia in the congregation. So
they're not handing over their information to the police, though, are they?
Yeah, they're not. And that's why they've been going to court over this thing because they don't want to share this information.
That's crazy, man.
So I just think, obviously, like I'm saying this as someone who even has issues with the justice systems. I've got serious criticisms of the police and the justice system generally, globally. But I also think that, I don't know, if you were ever gonna make a concession for that belief, it would be for the sake of the emotional and physical well-being of children, and they can't even do that.
So like the golden question is I've been downright disrespectful and intrusive in this whole conversation, so I might as well not stop now. Have you experienced anything like that in at the hands of these religious people or anything like that?
Without going into too much detail, I would just say that it wasn't anything I've experienced wasn't because of a witness. It was that's what I'll say now. But there's definitely a problem with that. But even without disclosing any details, there's a friend of mine whose sister was assaulted by an elder in their congregation, and they tried to cover her up. And then this girl got she just left. I think they wanted to disfellowship her, but she just left. And that is like, these are the kind of abuses that happen. And also as well, even their whole morality system is fucked because it's too invasive. You're talking about, you made a joke about being invasive just now. That is the way that they carry on is invasive. It's extremely controlling.
Yeah, it's messed up, man. It's messed up.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Definitely heard you lot barling for years about. Remember I was saying earlier, Jed.
Like I'm actually holding back from telling you that exactly how deep they go. But I know that from my whole family.
That's what I'm saying, Jed.
Yeah.
So like he's not the only Jehovah's Witness. There's a whole batch of them in it, whole generations of Jehovah's Witnesses that have been coming to Mike, and you get it. And I've been listening to their complaints, like they'd be saying, no, we can't do this because the elders or the whatever. And I'm like, rah, you can't get a haircut, you can't get a mohawk, you can't have hair on your face, you can't do this.
Can't have a beard. You can't.
But it's one rule for one, because the other white boys who come as well, it's not the same for them.
Yes, exactly. This is what I was saying. For them. Even when I was involved with them, I would even say this because like it's a race thing too. Because like it's a racialized issue because a lot of the if these white boys had our hair texture, their hair would look shorter. Do you know? And then you'll see, but if you reverse it, if we had their hair texture, our hair would be the same length as theirs, and then their one is way more policed than ours. And you know, you might get, say if there's like an Asian guy or a Middle Eastern guy or just someone whose beard maybe grows a bit more a bit quicker than like someone like a white person or whatever. They're gonna so you saying they have to shave like every day so that they can remain in good stead with the congregation. It's fucked. It's a very racialized issue, and even aside from the fact that there's the governing body and all that shit, like they have even published racist material in the past, and they've tried to retcon it, but you can still find it. Yeah, they're fucked, man. They contradict themselves. They make up predictions about them when the end's gonna come, and they always get it wrong. And yeah, I just wish that everyone can just liberate themselves from it. You know.
You know, it's like God purposely put a barbershop of conscious man right next to the Jehovah the Kingdom Hall. Because it's been hell on earth since we got there, boy. They've been giving directives not to come into the barbershop.
Really?
Used to in the beginning, yes.
You're lying.
One came with Matty. Matty's mum sent a Jewish guy into
what
the
did he look
barbershop
like?
with Matty.
Do you remember his name?
No, he had dark hair and glasses, right? He looked like Louis Farouk kind of looking, right? So he's coming with Matty, yeah? And he says, yeah, I've heard that man are Jewish in here. And we said, yeah. So he was like, rah, okay. And I was like, yeah, man, Israelite, man, a thing. Why? What tribe are you? Do you get me? Why? Or you Jewish? You know how we do. Yeah. So Matty's meant to be there as a witness while this guy's supposed to take man apart, innit? I took him apart. I folded him and sent him packing, right? So then I saw Matty's mum. Huh?
What did you say? No,
we just killed him with knowledge, man. We had right knowledge on it. Like, you're not the real Jew, and you know the routine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you can't come in here asking, are there Jews in here? Like, yeah, of course there are. You know what I'm saying? Of course there are, yeah. But you ain't one of them. You know what I'm saying? So you have to get the knowledge on that. But it was little Matty, innit? Matty was about, I don't know, about what, 13?
Bro, that's probably even before I started coming to the barber.
Yeah, that's way before, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's coming from time. But yeah, I mean, you know, like they used to send people out on patrol, innit? So we had the two women, there's a coolie kind of woman and an old woman with a jerry curl. Yeah, they got moved up. There's what's his name's mom, the Yardie boy. What's his name? Matty's friend. Kamar. Yeah, his mom and his sister, they used to come. There was Mary and her husband. Yeah? Remember Mary?
Mary. Oh, it was a Ghanaian lady.
No, white guy, a white woman and a black man. Mary and something. I forgot. They came once. They took a book from me. You know what I'm saying? And then stuffed it back in the shop. Yeah, they wanted to. Yeah, it's been years running until it got to a stage of they just walk past. They're not allowed. They've been given blatant directives. Yeah. So I used to.
Do you see the level of control? Do you see it? That's normal, you know. Like I'm surprised, but I'm absolutely not surprised. That is my childhood. Like even fucking I could give you a whole dissertation on the stuff that was deemed as being demonic or as being spiritually dangerous is the term they would probably use. Stuff that is so innocuous, the most innocuous shit. They would everything. Like obviously they tell us not to go to university. Not to pursue higher education. That's a very ask any witness about that. When you if a witness ever comes to your door, ask them what their stance on higher education for their followers is. And they so I wasn't obviously I had my dad being like a real like he's Nigerian. Like that he's serious Nigerian, like he was like telling me to go to uni and I could have gone, but then so I had that in one ear, in the other ear I've got the religion telling me that I need to that's like terrible because because obviously it supposedly makes you more secular minded, it makes you more worldly. It's fucked. So yeah, because and obviously what that does is that it cripples the people, so that you never learn. I'm not saying that you can't be smart without going to uni, but you never. It really, really shuts down critical thinking.
They're dumbing you down, man.
Yeah, and even when imagine if this is what I was saying to my mum as well. I was like, if you're subject to all this indoctrination, when you leave, you can't even provide for yourself.
Yeah,
you've got
so dependent.
Yeah, you've got no. Of course, they can't come back, and this is what this is why the whole they think that this proves the disfellowshipping thing because usually people come back, but if anything, it goes against their argument because people have no excuse. They can't go anywhere else. They can't even provide for themselves. They've got no unit. They've got no friends. So they're out there alone. They'll probably just sleep with one person and then think, you know what? Jehovah's calling me. Jehovah's organization is right. That's what it comes down to. They cripple their people. They cripple them. And then they can very often never find happiness outside the organization. So they'll allow themselves to get more emotionally abused. It's terrible. That's why I think a lot of these things are cults, but that one is a serious cult. Serious cult.
It stole my brethren, man. It stole my friend. But you lot know him. You know his son, innit? What's his name?
Reese.
Pennant.
Wait, Pennant.
Is that Ben?
Ben, the light skin boy.
Yeah.
I didn't know you know. He's from Tottenham.
His dad is my best friend.
Really?
Yeah, that's cool.
Wow.
When we got to sixth form, he turned Jehovah's Witness and completely changed on man.
That's crazy. I remember
hanging with man, all sorts like it was mad.
That's crazy.
Fully lost a friend, bro.
How did you know that we know him?
No, because I've seen him. I've seen him there. I've seen him at Kingdom Hall. All of you are gonna come Kingdom Hall at one part of the year, innit? So
yeah.
Come twice, sorry, actually, innit? Twice a year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm bound to bump into him a couple of times.
If you've seen him, has he acknowledged you? His dad?
Yeah, of course. But it's never the same, innit? You know, like once you join the witness thing, it's like, it's just all distant.
Yeah, you're cut off.
I saw him straight after. He would come to my house doing the Jehovah's Witness thing.
Yeah.
In Hornsey. I was like, this guy's like, you're nuts. He had beef with my neighbors and all of that Irish neighbors. And I was like, this guy's a bad man. Like, his brother was in the riots and all sorts, like, you know?
Really?
Like, yeah, it was mad thing. It was like, yo, you come from a bad boy family from Finchley Park, innit? Like,
you know what I mean? That's
and obviously the footballer is his nephew, innit? What's his name? Jermaine. Jermaine Pennant.
Wait. Because I don't know much about, but the name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he used to play for Arsenal.
Oh yeah. I remember this guy.
Because when he used to play for Arsenal, I used to have a shop in Stroud Green Road, Finchley Park, right?
Yeah.
So I would see on match day his uncle would come past, innit? Because he lives up the road. I mean, I would say, "Wow, what going?" And he'd say, "Yeah, I'm going to watch my nephew and rah. Arsenal this and Arsenal that." Like, boo.
Oh yeah. This is what it does.
I know what Jehovah's Witness does. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. Now you got laptops. It's mad.
Yeah.
When they went online. No, it's true. JWs. When they got their own website and that, I said, nah, levels. Yes, I'm talking to the guy in the CAF. You know the CAF.
Yeah.
So I see the witness guy keeps coming in there, some Italian one, right?
Yeah.
So I've asked him some questions, and he's like, "You'll come back next week." That's always the excuse with them.
Yeah.
But he's not up to date, innit? They haven't told him it's me. You get me? Because I moved shop and everything. You don't know him. They don't know. Some of them don't know me as an individual, innit?
Yeah.
So he's kind of fresh. So he was there pestering my friends in Valari.
This is a sorry, random question. This is a bit strange, but did he have bad breath?
I couldn't really tell, man. I
wasn't
trying to sit that close.
Yeah, okay, fine.
But yeah, he looked like he had bad breath. Anyway, yeah, if that's what you mean. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, he would come in there every week. So I almost stopped him coming in there because I asked him questions. He says he's got to go away and look. And then one day, yeah, he's in there. He pulls out the laptop thing, some pink thing. I said, "What's that?" He said, "Yeah, this is what we witnesses use now." I said, "Seen." So he's got my answers in there. He got my answers that I've been waiting for a couple of weeks. Don't pretend that you don't know.
The funny thing is that by them doing that is their own undoing.
Yeah, but that was like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So I'm saying the levels now that they're at is tremendous.
You know what's interesting?
They've gone viral.
Yeah.
But you got banned in Germany. They got banned in Germany.
Yeah.
I've been mocking the thing. You know, with Matty and them and all of that. I'm like, yeah, how come you lot got banned in Germany, bro? Talk to me.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Nah, that's hilarious. I need to
Talk to me. That's wild. You know the way that's wild, blood. Yeah, talk to me.
The funny thing is that you know that the numbers of the organization have gone down this year.
Well, for me, James is not a witness like that no more.
James is a witness.
I think he's not, bro.
He's not.
He's got a beard. He's got a beard, bro.
Him and his girl live together. Like, James hasn't been going for time. Neither has Mark.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But Matty's
still hooked, man. That's he's still.
But he's borderline. He's borderline because he knows what you lot know. You know what I mean? And you lot know what I've told you. You get it?
Yeah.
On certain things, like it's mad. But you know what I mean? It's just like Eric. Is it Eric?
What's
the
he
white boy,
like?
man? They got the white boy, the witness guy who keeps getting kicked out and shit.
Eric. Oh, my brother Errol. He's not white. He's,
Errol. Sorry,
yeah.
Errol. Yeah. Errol, man.
You know,
I remember Errol when Errol come one time, like he was all bougie, sweet boy, and all of that. Then he got kicked out. Then one time he comes back and he's all fucking conscious.
Yeah.
Do you get it? He's all eclectic. He's like, the esoterical and blah blah blah. And I'm like, look at you. Look at you. Look how you grow,
man. That's why I'm proud of him because he got this fellowship. He got this fellowship twice.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And his family, his family were strict. They were strict.
Yeah.
They were like his dad was involved in the congregation. I think his dad was on the way to becoming an elder. Like it's a different scenario. It's a different thing for him. Like for him to, there's proper. Like it's obviously like it's a process for everyone in it, but for him, it's serious. And he, I don't know, like his congregation was very white as well because he grew up in he grew up in Waltham Abbey. So it's a bit. It was hard. It was hard for him. It was hard, and especially because like his it's very alienating being there.
But he looks white, so you know, like I mean, he looks Mediterranean. Let's say he looks Mediterranean.
You know, his mom's Guyanese.
Is it?
Yeah, his mom's from Guyana.
Yeah.
But
he can pass, isn't it? He's got that pass,
yeah, definitely.
Right,
He's got that
right priv.
Yeah.
You know, if you got defellowshipped here, you're not coming back. He came back quick as well.
Yeah, true. He got this fellowship twice when we were young, and it's a thing where, but he was very like people. Obviously, you know how they have their whole it's a whole massive network with witnesses. So you could have your mum. You could be born in Tottenham, but because of the witness thing, your mum will introduce you to people who live in Enfield, Edmonton, Wood Green, Stonehenge, everywhere. Like that's normal. So people obviously knew about Errol, and he had people really used to talk badly about him when he left. And that's what they do. They kind of there was a whole campaign against him. And he had a bad reputation. People would really try to shame him. So I think one day he just got tired of it. He left, and he hasn't looked back since. I was on the phone to him yesterday. We're trying to get my sister out of it, and because my sister's got a ute now. So I was just telling her that she needs to just be careful not to raise them in it, because I don't know. You can't just be like that. That religion was redundant like 20 years ago. Let alone
like obviously I was a witness young days. You get me? Mine was Tottenham, obviously.
Wait, when did you? What years? What ages?
No, I was like, I think under 10, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, well, around about that. Yeah, 9, 10, something like that. Yeah, but it was only like for a year because my mom's best friend around the corner was a witness, innit?
Yeah,
so she drawed my mum in, but the whole thing didn't sit well with my mum. We're Nigerians, man. What do you mean no birthdays? No.
Yeah. No celebration. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's why
my mum and dad were the celebrators of celebrators, man. They had parties for everything. And my mum's friend would come and she would pretend like she's not having a good time. It's like, what's the point? Do you get it?
Yeah, they just
she was at the wedding, she was at everything. You get me? My mum and dad's wedding. You get me? Standing all stiff like she's not happy. I was like,
that's part of the cult indoctrination though, because it's
listen, my two friends, that obviously like she had kids, right? And Nicola and Christopher, and the son was my best friend. And the daughter, she was like a year older, and she was cool as well. Like, and their lives are ruined, bruvs.
Of course,
they're ruined, bruv. They've got no social skills, all of that. You get me? Borderline. You get what I'm saying? Like the sister's borderline lesbo. Like it's mad. It's like I don't know what's going on.
That's the like the
everyone's
norm.
estranged from each other.
Yes, that's the norm. That's the norm. That's what happens. Like it's a thing where. So for me,
family boy.
Yeah, it destroys families, and I think that even when they don't participate in the faith anymore. It kind of strips you of a sense of community. I think that the reason why me being the way I am in terms of being confident, that's an anomaly. That's not how it should have gone.
Yeah,
they're not. You're not supposed to. You can't even when you're there. You're not even told that the world is going to exist for more than 5 years into the future. So
the rapture.
Yeah, you're just there waiting, twiddling your thumbs, waiting for Christ to come down and say we're wrapping this shit up. So
I'd been to that Kingdom Hall when I was young, man, back in the day.
The one on Boys Road?
Yeah, I'd been there a long time ago. Like I knew it existed, I knew all about it, but obviously years later, man went no witness or thing. You know what I mean? As I said, it was less than a year because the meetings in our house, my mom wasn't really comfortable because if it was black folks doing it, yeah, cool, but it seemed like very European-ish, and they were just like. Loving to go into the man's locked from front room, with the coffee table and the bar and all of that in there. You get it? It's getting too familiar, and you get me. If my mom's friend ain't the one doing the meeting, it doesn't make sense. It was just other people from the congregation.
You want to know something that's kind of interesting? So okay, I've got
awaiting wisdom. If you got some questions for Mike, as in M.I.C, then jump on. I mean, I can read them from the comments, but I prefer you jump on and talk. Prefer. I think people prefer. Yeah, man. Awaiting wisdom. Have you heard him, man? He comes on, spits a lot of knowledge. Quite level-headed guy, man. Good guy, man. Sorry to interrupt.
He was asking questions there. Sorry, man.
Beefy, you there?
Big up, family. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. You watching the show today, Beefy?
Well, I wasn't. I was trying to, but I was so busy, man. I was trying to.
Nah, never mind. But welcome aboard, bro.
But yeah, man. Big up
what happened today then?
For your coming on and that.
I was gonna say as well. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you for even having me. I was gonna say too, like something interesting about with the witnesses.
Yeah.
So see, I've got a younger sister. She's like she's 20 now. She just turned maybe like a few months ago. So you remember when the whole thing was happening in summertime with all these global protests and riots and over police brutality. So my sister, she usually, because witnesses they're told to kind of be disengaged with political stuff and So I remember like this is quite an interesting thing because she was affected by it. She was quite emotional about everything. She was posting on social media about how it was upsetting her and how she would, like it's crazy that black people are being still brutalized like this, like just the normal stuff. Like she was waking up in a lot of respects, but she was people tried to tell her off.
Is it?
Because they were saying that she's not being politically neutral. So she like that. This is what I was saying to her. I was saying like
black lives don't matter.
Black lives don't matter apparently.
They don't matter.
But it's like they always talk about how they're so neutral and how they're not involved, but they've got their own agenda, man. They've got their own agenda because it's that them what wanted her to be silent and saying that she was not being politically neutral. That's not neutrality. That is
bias,
something.
That's
a very strong, very explicit bias.
Yeah.
Because that's not even a political issue. That was like that's a social justice issue. That's a human rights issue. And they were telling her, and it's this thing. They even had meetings about it, you know. They had like when that was all happening, a meeting about how people need to make sure that they keep neutral and they don't get swept up.
So does that mean that the majority of Jehovah's Witnesses don't vote?
No witnesses vote. You can't be a witness and vote.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't vote until I left. I started voting like maybe like a year or two after. But Jehovah's Witnesses do not vote, and they can't be politically involved.
Okay, so this is why it would be vested interest not to have them in your country.
Yes, and that's why Nigeria. That's exactly. Do you see that what the I think it was actually Ghanaian. There was a Ghanaian politician talking about how he doesn't want them there because they don't do anything for the country.
Yeah. Well,
like,
obviously.
Yeah,
that's a big chunk of the vote because I know there's a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses, man. I don't know how many millions of Jehovah's Witnesses there are in England, but
there's in Nigeria and Ghana and all these other places like this.
Yeah, they're in Nigeria, but you know they're very small. But they're not big, massive organizations in there. I
think the numbers are reducing as well because they recently published a report, and apparently they've lost maybe like 26,000 ministers or publishers this in 2020, which is like the greatest drop since the organization started.
What's causing it? COVID.
Yeah, they'll say that, but I think it's something else.
Has there any witness leaders got COVID?
Laptops. I don't know, but maybe. I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I think they don't do ministry right now, innit?
Oh, see. Yeah, they're abiding by the rules, yeah?
Yeah, for the moment, but that will end soon.
Government's more powerful than Jehovah, mad thing.
Yeah. When you give Matt the trim, just don't even say anything. Just drop that bar. See what he says.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Mad thing. That's crazy, man. Yeah, but boy, I know it must have had a big influence on why you think the way you think now. Definitely makes sense. But I'm definitely witness to that.
Yeah.
With all of you in a sense, like I'm going through stuff to try and understand what's going on in life, and man's in the barbershop giving you political views, all this stuff that's going on, asking you what's your opinion on what's going on right now. Do you get it? Of the time, you know what I mean? So
Do you remember what we were like? Like do you remember times you've asked us questions when we were there?
Yeah.
And what the responses were like?
You laughed at everything. Remember, I'm like Riley. from
Moondocks.
Moondocks. Yeah, everything's gay in it. So that was the main thing with them, man. They were like, this person. They were like, I like 50 Cent. He's gay. Why do you say everyone's gay? Puffy's gay. This gay. This one's gay. That one's gay. I said, all right, cool. Years later, man came back to man and said, you know what, Mike? Every single person that you said was gay was gay. You get me? I told you, man. I know what I'm talking about, bro. Like,
what about me? Like, do you remember any
No, our thing was more like it was more the country thing. Like, once I found out you was Nigerian and you was Jamaican, like, I was just like, okay. Let's focus on the 90 side. Like, man, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
How's it working out for you? You get me? That was my thing. Like, how's it working out for you, man? How's that?
It's good. It's good. Somehow.
But we got a few Nigerians in the audience still. Like,
live. I remember when I found out that others exist that I'm not related to.
Mad thing.
Yeah.
You get me?
My ex was the same as me as well, actually.
Yeah,
but with the parents swapped.
Okay.
So Nigerian mum and Jamaican dad.
Right.
But man.
I think in most circumstances, do you think it's better when it is the woman?
Because the woman is Caribbean.
The woman has the woman has more influence in it. So depending on where they come from, it's going to be more. Do you get me? Detrimental to the child.
I don't know.
The father's influence is there, but in some circumstances they don't necessarily stay around. Depending on where they come from too. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Like even in a mixed blend, if the person the mother is black, they say that the child will be more stable. I don't necessarily agree.
No, you know what? With that one, with mixed race people, this is a very sweeping statement. I'm very open to be proven wrong. It's not definitive. It's just my experience. I found that one is true actually with mixed race people in terms of if their mum is black, they'll be calm. It's the white mum that creates the chaos.
Not the chaos, but the case that maybe creates the environment. For chaos to exist.
Yes. That's a more compassionate way of saying.
But that's only if the dad didn't stay around. Do you get me?
No,
honestly, stay around.
Honestly, even if they're there,
the child would be stable. I think.
I guess it depends from person to person. I've seen that generally, if the mum is black, then and if the mum is, in terms of mixed race people, if the mum is black, generally they've got their shit together more. They're less. I don't know, not always, but often. And I think so. In terms of with me, I because of my dad's harshness growing up, I remember not wanting to be Nigerian because that's what I thought. I just thought that's all Nigerian people were. I just thought they were just harsh and draconian and very conservative. That's what I thought they were.
Education.
But actually, that's not fair. And I think that I had to discover that's not really a fair way of seeing it. Right. And also, my Caribbean family have got a lot of issues. They got a lot of issues, so that wasn't fair, really.
Yeah. I hear that.
Yeah, man.
Get it. Because we are definitely more conservative. That's our style. Bougie. I call it bougie, man. Nigerians are bougie.
Awaiting wisdom. Bring up your chairs. Good evening.
Good evening, Jedi.
Good evening.
Good evening, panel. Fascinating topic. Mike, if I could ask you a couple of questions, and you may have already addressed the first one because I've been ducking in and out. And they're not in any particular order. Earlier on, when I listened to you and you were talking about your penchant for dressing in, I'll call it female clothes, and I don't say that to offend, wearing dresses and the like.
Took it to the level.
But you referred to that as, when people were talking about sort of the gender roles of clothes, you were talking about that mindset as too linear. Can you expand on that? Or was that merely you avoiding the more common term of fluidity and thereby avoiding the sort of gender fluid intimation that change in clothes? And I don't know if you want to address that before I move on to my second, because my second is not as challenging, I suspect. You talked about the indoctrination of the cult and church, and I don't disagree. But you set that off against education. I'm curious to understand why you don't see that the education system as it's set up, certainly being a black man as well, isn't a prime example of indoctrination. And feel free to answer them in any order you like.
Can I answer the second one first?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay, so with the second one, I'm inclined to agree with you. The only reason why I was saying that it's really dangerous and questionable that witnesses discourage their followers from going to university is because you should be allowed the autonomy to pick. It shouldn't be enforced by this faith or by any other faith that you can't pursue if you want to. But I do appreciate that even the grading system is the current grading system as we know it was founded by a eugenicist. So I do appreciate that. I'm not at all saying that education is a remedy or is a perfect alternative. It has its own serious issues, but I just think it's a bit fucked up
freedom to get education.
If you want to be educated, if you want to go and study sociology or geography or music or whatever at university, you should be allowed to without it being a moral decision. That was the overarching point.
So you can't,
good point. I understand that.
Study politics. Yeah. They're not going to let you study politics at university.
They would never. Like, that'd be crazy.
That's like a double L, isn't it?
Like, or religious studies or something. Yeah. But also, and to the first thing was, I guess like fluidity is like a synonym for what I'm even saying. It's
right.
I didn't use that just because I'm trying to. I know that there might even be a negative stigma in a lot of people's minds for even that language to be used, and that was the only reason why I was not. And that's not even because of how I feel. That's just because I'm trying to have this conversation, this discourse. I want it to be a thing where I'm even to avoid using language that even some people would even consider to be pejorative. Just so there's another way of seeing it. There's if we get like too caught up in the semantics of the word, we could even miss like the overarching. We could just miss like the.
I don't disagree with that. Words are very powerful, and by the same detail, one might say that the devil is indeed in the detail. And I only say that because I listen. I think you've held your account. I disagree with your view, but I uphold your right to speak it.
Thank you.
But the thing is. I don't want to offend you because I don't feel the need to do that. But so I'll talk in the broader context. There is this movement of redefining words because the uncomfortableness of what the actual definition means. Certainly, and I'm not saying that you're part of this, but obviously men wearing dresses I'm a generation older than you. So in my mind, that, is part of a world that I can't relate to. But it feels as though that generation now that has that acceptance of fluidity, both in what they wear, how they think, how they sexually interact, are redefining words because they don't like what convention means. And we, as the general public, are expected to comply with these redefinition of words. And in its worst case, we see this with the whole LGBT community, where I'm not a man, I'm a cis something or other, which I don't identify with at all. So where does that stop when we start being cautious with the language we're using because we don't want to cause offense? How do I know it is that rather than the fact that you guys, and I say that broadly, apologies, but people who take that stance are not in fact re-engineering our vernacular?
Well, what I would say is that, and this is something that I've always, being someone that is very, very interested in language anyway, just obviously I'm a rapper, so it makes sense that I would be. But language is, okay, so for like language is something that is, I think, a lot more malleable than people think it is in terms of like, how even like you'll come across people in life who will like try and they kind of have like a bit of a binary view of like how you can be intelligent or how you can or what it means to be literate or what it means to be, like when you get in the States on you'll see on places like Fox News, you'll get these people who will hear people speaking in African American vernacular English, and to them that is synonymous with being stupid. But it's like language has always been a very, very malleable thing. It's not as I genuinely, and I'm not saying this just to like. I'm not saying this because it suits my argument or anything. It's not as rigid as we like to think it is. Even the term cisgendered is not a term that has originated in the last like year or two. A sociologist came up with it in the 90s. Like this is not a brand new.
I've no doubt. These terms were developed long before the 90s. I'm of the school that thinks that there is an agenda to demoralize society, and part of that is, with the greatest respect, is you're a product of that. A young man wearing dresses
and putting makeup on is for me a sort of oxymoron of masculinity. However, I understand your viewpoint, but I don't get that. And I don't expect you to defend that to me either. I'm just sort of laying my cards out. And it feels as though of course, language, you know, the great thing about the English language is that it's fluid and it's developed, unlike, for example, Germanic languages that are stagnant and have been the same over hundreds of years. There are pros and cons. Exactly. The reason the English language has become prevalent because the tonality and the use of certain phrases create energies. And you'll know that as somebody that uses the word as power. So what we say is very important. And whilst I agree that meanings can change, we only have to look at sort of popular culture in the last few decades where good meant bad and bad meant good and up and down and everything got turned on its head. So we can see that can happen in a short amount of time. But where we're talking about specifics of, in my world, and I do not wish to cause either you or anyone else listening in offense, there are male and female, right? This is a biological thing. And we get intellectually dishonest, I believe, when we start splitting it to, well, there's sex and then there's gender, and because of gender and fluidity. I think personally it's a slippery slope. And whilst I don't disagree that meanings change, I think some things should be fixed. For example, a man is a man and a woman is a woman. Done. Whatever you want. If somebody wants to identify as a pineapple, be a pineapple. But don't expect me to call you a pineapple.
But my friend, we're gonna miss out on things like theater. We're gonna pantomime. You know, like, you know, getting people like Frank Bruno to dress up in a woman's dress and wear makeup. Do you know what I'm saying?
That would be such a disappointment. Yeah.
And you know, but
this has been going on for years.
Wait. Thank you. This is British culture. This is what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't disagree.
You can't say that it's nothing you're accustomed to, because you're accustomed to Dame Edna Everage, like I was.
Absolutely. And all of that, and in
Lily Savage. All of it.
And way before that, who was that guy that worked in the apartment store? I'm Free.
Oh shit!
John Inman. Remember him? Yeah. We've had this fluidity pushed at us through the generations. What I'm saying is, it never sat right with me, and certainly as I moved into my adult life.
Listen to this,
say
though.
That it didn't as a child. That's
it's Shakespearean. It's Shakespearean.
Yeah.
It's thespian.
Maka, you're merely underpinning my point that the NWO, or arose by any other name, the agenda is not a new thing. It's just coming to its fruition. This has been going on through Shakespeare or whoever he was. It's been going on a long time, long time. And we are here now at the culmination of it, where for me, the generation I grew up in, I was joking the other day, you know, people call it road, I called it street, and we hung on front line, but that's all gone now. I feel like an old man. But within that generation, man could not have come as eloquent as you have done, Mike, and I have to tip my hat to you and come and held your corner, but you could not have come to our corner and not have got licked down. Plain and simple. I can't say any other different. There's no words that you could have given. When I was growing up, Boy George and the like were coming out wearing dresses, and those white folks that walked around town, I'm one of them, but not that walked around town in dresses, but those guys got battered by everybody.
Battered. Thank you.
By everybody.
The media was peak for Boy George. Remember, they went to his mum's house. They asked him, they demanded, is he just dressing up as like a pantomime thing, like because it's not like Adamant. That's why I said there was no question on Adamant's sexuality and what he was trying to do. That new romantic stuff, right? But
well, there was an androgyny in new romantic.
Yeah, no, but when it came to Boy George, now it was a big hoo-ha, media, everything outside his mum's house. They were asking her, "No, my son's not gay. He's not." Years later, it turns out your son is gay.
But it wasn't he.
But in this country, there was such a thing as being in the closet. There was a closet for a reason, because you couldn't come out. There's such terms as gay bashing and all of that. These are not made up terms. These are things that really existed. So the views have changed in this country, yes, most definitely. But I know
but they've been
when I was
primed
growing
over
up,
generations.
yeah, when I was growing up, that was not the case, bruv. Them gays was definitely in the closet. They were camp. They were classed as camp.
Yeah.
There was no gay yet.
And I think for me, if I can just finalise that, because I think these guys have done a great job of having a discussion with you. But Mike, on that, given that I think Maku and I are of a similar age and grew up in a sort of similar environment, and therefore that's our experience. Man come out wearing a dress and makeup.
Yeah.
Don't matter how eloquent or how good you're on the mic.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, things would have gone down, man. And I don't say that in any threatening way to you. I'm much older now. Do you know what I mean? So I don't mean that as a disrespect, but how do you now? Because it feels as though it's much more acceptable. Certainly, you mentioned you're 29. I assumed you were younger, if I'm honest, only because it feels like that sort of fluidity is based in, you know, maybe the early 20s. But
no, there's a generation, big man.
Yeah, clearly.
The mother of my children's, her brother, who they would be about 35 now. They were liquid and metrosexual. They were. Do you get it? In that
metrosexual, yeah. I remember that word came out in the 90s, didn't it?
Yeah, thank you. So they were like a little bit moist. They weren't gay, but they were just a little bit too touchy with themselves, and like man would dance with man and weird stuff
Anyway, before we go off on that, because Mike, I'm certainly not intimating that. What I wanted to understand is from my experience, and I wouldn't have said I'm a roadman, but I grew up in a multi-racial environment where music and food played a predominant part, and our herbal culture grew us up. So I grew up in an environment that was both welcoming and quite intolerant of things such as that you're displaying now. How has that changed, and how is that reconciled? Because obviously the environment you're in, it's quite road. You know, you guys have got a lot more information, and we had to go to the library and look at microfiche to research. Guys could just look on internet now. So you have a lot more at your disposal. How do you reconcile what has traditionally been seen as a masculine approach?
Yeah.
And how you're now diluting that, not you personally, but you know, the sort of people that will, because you come across not all camp and gay, but I don't know you and I don't really know what that means, but certainly not the John Inmans and all of the ideas that we had of gay men. And I don't really want to get into whether you're gay or not. In my world, back in the day, you would have been put in that closet and slammed away, whether you claim not to have been. But how do you reconcile that in 2021, you and your friends that you move with who have similar thoughts? How do you reconcile your masculinity by justifying the wearing of makeup and dresses that has throughout history, and it's not just cultural, throughout history been a feminine endeavor? How is that now a masculine endeavor?
So I'm thinking.
I don't think men dressing up as women as it's always been there. That's what.
But I'm not disagreeing. But that doesn't mean it was. You know, the powers that be have been in there a long time also. And when you look at Baphomet and his androgyny, we start to understand this has been here for a very long time. It doesn't make it right.
No, what I'm saying is it's Shakespearean. So Shakespeare is the one. He's the Steven Spielberg of his generation. You know,
but no one thought of those as masculine people, did they?
No, I mean the whole point was like they didn't have enough women actors or whatever, and they were using men as in women's roles.
I'm not disagreeing, Maku. I think the point I'm trying to raise is certainly when I was growing, anybody that had feminine traits was seen as feminine. It could never be intellectualized as anything other than gay, whatever other.
No. It was classed as camp because camp only inferred that you grew up around women. Do you get it? That's why you had feminine traits, not that you was gay. Do you get it? So that's how I understood it when I was growing up.
Can I ask you guys something?
Yes.
So for me, I'm happy that you actually mentioned that point about the so-called feminine traits, because from what I've understood just going through life is that, and this is not to say like I'm someone that Like I'm a man. I was born a man, I'll die a man. Like I like, you know, like this is, it's just what I am. Like I've got. It's not a thing where like I wish I wasn't a man. It's a thing where I'm thinking to myself like masculinity, from the way I look at it, we're not like what is that a crown? Is it like I'm trying to understand the way that you're seeing it. Is it like a badge? Is it a sword? Is it armor? Is it responsibility? Like how do you see it?
Sort of all of those. But I think in terms of, I think that's a great retort, because it makes me have to condense my thinking. I suppose traditionally speaking, and one can talk about, you know, traditions come and go, but traditionally speaking, there are certain traits and behaviors that men display and that women display. We all know that, right? Women will say, oh, that's men, and men will say that's women, and they are predominantly the way that we react. In terms of, this may be cultural, but in terms of dress and attire, outside of theatre, life is indeed a stage. So is it not a surprise that theatre is the one that confused man dressing as woman? But in everyday life, traditionally, men haven't worn dresses. So I'm specifically talking, or adorned makeup outside of that theatrical arena. And had people done it like they did, like Matthew rightly said, back in the 80s and 90s, Boy George, but they could never, they certainly got the left-thinking people, and I'm being very narrow in the left-right paradigm, but the left-thinking people jumped on that. You know, every gay man had a woman who was his fag hag and supported him. And there was a push towards that. But within the more masculine people, for example, that I knew that were on the mic like you, although it wasn't necessarily hip-hop, it was all, you know, it was more sound systems and stuff. Them man would have never turned up in a dress. That could have never, that just wasn't. So whilst it was going on outside, but it feels like now within the music culture, that's become a norm and acceptable and not seen as a feminine thing. Whereas traditionally wearing dresses, I don't think anyone can disagree, is generally a feminine, certainly the type of frilly affair that you had, and I'm not mocking it, but you know, there's no mistaking that femininity of that garment in my eyes. Obviously you don't feel the same because of your position. I'm just trying to understand that. What to you is masculinity may have been a better answer. Question.
So for me, in a lot of respects, it's all those things and more. Like I think that people, the only other like scenario in life I could even compare this with, the way, in terms of the way that men talk about masculinity, is kind of like this nebulous thing that it never really seems to get defined, but is like I don't know, like or rather like the pros and cons and the benefits of it don't really seem to get defined. And it just seems that with a lot of men, that when they talk about their masculine identity, it just seems it's like there's like this so-called responsibility, but then it's never really explained what that entails, you know.
Let me narrow it down, if I may, specifically, because I think it's it's one of those difficult ones. I heard a debate for hours where people wouldn't be able to define what being an adult was, which escaped me. But anyway, outside of that, so I'm talking about, traditionally speaking, masculine clothes are not dresses. However, there seems to have been some fluidity of that perception, and I'm just wondering how that's presented in and amongst you and your peer group, that a man can wear a dress, and does any one of your crew not?
I think I understand the question better now.
Yeah, sorry, I've waffled a little bit.
Yeah. No, the way. So what I'm understanding from what you're saying is essentially, wait, no, you know what? My brain went so blank just there. wait, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, because a candle went off in my head and it just went out so fast. I was basically, so I think if I remember roughly what I was going to say, it was that I think now there's like a level of self-awareness that we have. I'm not going to speak for every person my age and a bit younger or a bit older, but I think that there's a level of like we've got different we've got very different priorities. We've got different bees in our bonnets. We've got different.
Yeah.
We've got bigger concerns. If I'm honest, like if anything, even the whole masculinity thing now, in terms of like wanting to seem more masculine and wanting to seem less masculine or whatever, that's not even really that's not even ultimately, I'm not like, it's not really our we've got bigger fish to fry in a way. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we've got like I can't, just need to reiterate, I can't speak for everyone.
No, of course, no. It's your perception I'm looking for.
But it's like whereas in the past you would have maybe people who would like they'll be concerned about how other guys are dressing. Even when I've been in the workplace and I'll come in and then there'll be some older guys who will bust jokes when I'm wearing stuff that's not even super out there. Like that shit doesn't really. It's becoming a lot less common. I think that like now I think we're reaching a point where a lot of the bigger concerns are social issues for like young people. Like young people are like a lot of very politically engaged, to be honest. I don't know if it's always been this way, but I think that like we've got greater things to deal with. We've got like greater things that we want to deal with, rather. We've got like we're not too concerned about whether that person is presenting this way, because we know ultimately it's not going to stop us from putting food in our mouth. It's not going to stop us.
And it's words like presenting that way that are new terms that have entered. You know, I'd never heard that when people talk about presenting a way. So a final point on that. Thank you for answering, because I appreciate it's, you know, I'm challenging something that isn't as tangible. In my world, it is, and indeed in yours, it's as fluid. But in terms of, so does that mean if a man when I was growing rocked up in a dress, you're gay? It's not about, I appreciate the point Matthew made about camp, but I'm giving you my perception. If you turned up to our crew in a dress, you're gay, and you're not getting a chance to discuss that. Is there the same immediate assumption that if you're wearing feminine clothes that you're at very least sexually fluid? Or do people not assume that?
I think that people probably do assume a little bit, but I think now, and again, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I think it's a thing where, for me personally, if someone, the only thing that's going to really define if someone is or isn't is what they do sexually. Like that's not everything else. Everything else is superfluous. Everything else, in my opinion, anyway. Well, the opinions of lots of my peers, that shit is superfluous. That is not like, and even if it, and to be honest, it's a thing where, like, because all the other stuff is superfluous. It's not really like relevant to like, you know, like our definition of what is and what isn't gay or bi or whatever. It's a thing where even if it is, it's not like, it's just not. It's not an issue it's not an issue for us. It's not. We've got like I don't know. We've got bigger enemies. We've got bigger issues to deal with. We've got like, I don't know, like socialism, for example, is something that people my age are extremely invested in, myself included. Like this is something where like we've got like
it's socialism, not Marxism, dressed up in a more palatable. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you are a child of Marx. You are a child of the new world order, a Marxist. This is exactly what they wanted to have. You know, people who were running BLM outwardly spoke about being Marxist trained. And therefore, Marxism and communism have pushed this agenda for a very long time. Listen, Mike, I've held you up. I actually stopped cooking because I really wanted to ask you these questions.
Man, I burnt my food. I burnt my food.
Same. I stopped because I heard you burn your food. So I thought, let me just turn everything off at a critical point. Bless up. Listen, I don't agree with what you're doing. For me, it's part of a larger agenda, but I must respect your ability to uphold and clarify without getting all, you know, you wear frilly clothes, you might have got all feminine and girly with your responses. Big up. I respect your ability to hold your view. I disagree with it, but that's where I'll leave myself. Jedi, thanks very much. Maku, everyone else, bless up. Man. Catch you again.
Yourself, man.
In a bit, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, Lamar,
Yeah.
one more thing. You say you lived in Green, right?
Yeah.
You ever heard of a guy named James Jones?
James Jones. Who's that? James Jones. I'm almost tempted to message my mum and ask her if she knows who that is. Who is that?
I don't know. He's a guy. He says he used to live in Green and shit.
Wait. Is he in the comments?
Sometimes, yeah.
No, is he in the comments right now?
Probably not.
Yo, S, what you saying, S?
He's on another channel.
You talking some shit about don't let him leave and all that. I don't know what that means. Like, you're gonna come on and say something. The headset. Do you even need a headset, bro?
Who said that?
Yeah, I've got someone that wants to come and chat to you real quick, but boy, better hurry up, man. Hey, I might put Kevin on. I might put a one Kevin. Let's fling a one Kevin on, man. Actually, it's supposed to be Trill Talk Tunes Day. So let me look if I can find another cipher. Let me see. That's what we was doing. We was watching ciphers.
Should I recommend one?
Yeah, but it's got to be free to watch.
Oh, on YouTube, of course.
Yeah, it's got to be Creative Commons.
Okay. Okay. You don't get you don't get copyright strike.
Yeah.
All right. I think I could probably find one and I'll think of one.
All right.
I'm gonna dig into my archive.
Right. You can put them in the back chat, the link in the back chat and stuff.
Oh yeah. Let me give me 1 second. Let me go onto my watch later. What are you looking for in terms of you just want to see something that we think is good or something that?
Boy, to be honest, we've watched whatever's come up and we just been roasting. That's what we was doing. We roasted. You just turned into a roast session.
Yeah, yesterday was too much, bruv. I went to bed fucking dying.
Cypher 2020.
They call me Jubal fam. You sure you wanna be the one that gotta be the lucky Jubal Sand.
This guy is terrible.
My flow's a drug and band. And anybody wanna tell me what's a fucking glam? You better see the class that comes out of my clucky mouth. A lot of shit has made my life that you would never wanna try. I never noticed my thing. You never notice something. You would never see it's my
Kobe Bryant goes wrong.
Anybody, then you run. No, we go inside and say, well, anybody wants a gun and put him in.
What you say, S?
No, I said when Kobe Bryant goes wrong. No man trying to do Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant.
But it's not the same. My life is getting started. I shot it. My homie Double J recorded the cipher. Oh, let me stop it now.
Why do you do his wrist like that? I don't understand.
സുപ്രഭാതമെന്റെ നാട്ടുകാർക്കു നമസ്കാരം വെള്ളവേഷമാകും മൃഗമാർക്കും കാശുഹാരം തലയ്ക്ക് മീതെ പെരുത് അതിക്കും മേലെ ഭ്രഷ്ടാചാരം ചതിക്കപ്പെട്ടു കുഴിയിൽ
It's doing nothing for me, so.
Mad thing.
Wasn't enjoyable.
What language is that?
What they say? This is Creative Commons. Don't lie. Huh? What? I'm confused. Marshall Mathers. Who? Okay.
But it's also been proven that we can put you in the mood and jump out of your car while it's moving.
Oh my God! How sad are you to do that? Slow down some Eminem and call it a lost freestyle and stuff. Let's see this one.
Subscribe and hit the notification bell.
Go in your bed, dogs.
The Artist TV. Yo, guys, be active. We done inside the 2020 November.
Trinidad, yeah?
Real raw Bajan talent.
Bajan.
Oh shit.
Hey. Mountain chicken.
Where's Nate at?
Believe I know I'm amazing. I make music in a spaceship. You look at me, you start gazing. God made me special, I praise him. I'm a black king and I embrace it. Y'all ain't too boring to face it.
Emma Heskey.
I'm feeling too far. I need this amounts of glucose. I grew up too poor, 14 in the crib like a group home. That's why I flew.
Please don't like Hawaiian shirts, Joe.
Cool life, Papa got my own room now. Till he got divorced at the new rock. I got the boot. That's why I move south. Kick it like judo. Uno, don't get too close. No, only keep few close. A lot of people fake two-tone. Had to remind you, negativity I'm blind to. Get crypto when the dimes do. Script slowly, mind blue. Black, yellow. I take pride in being a black fellow. This industry won't be back pedal, but they can't see it like my back shadow. So never so no SSRV. Very best indeed. Yes, indeed. From the wild West Indies, but that's the topic for another day. Today I came here to motivate. Put my babies on my shoulder blades. I'ma need some help, I can't hold away. Free soul, free spirit, free artists, yeah, I'm independent. Hey, my babies, happy independence. Pure love, I'm sending.
Whoa, whoa. Missing the punchline. Never seen, never found, never find. Representing for Barbados and Bristol, IVS, straight to the pine. Just ride the rhythm like it's a fun ride. Eat the beat, the like it's a lunchtime. Beat the beer for Papa, no beer for Peters, or Peter get fine. No way. Alright. November's. Do me things in November. They want to play me tune in November. When me talk in November. Me say Jamaican boss, so be a Jamaican boss. Hip hop, mellow mood, all conscious. Jam rock, Trinidad, Barbados, Barbados, Barbados. What we do? Freestyle, freestyle. If a freestyle became more than freestyle, we style they sweet like three cookies and breeze them on the east side. On the east side. Never seen, never found. Me and the Danny on the one. Because then, pick up every artist and never be a John. Badness per hole. Right now, we're blue, black, and gold. 2 4 6, yes, that's the code.
I like their voice, you know. I really like the Bayesian voice. I think the Bayesian voice is musical. Get me?
It's good.
You know, I like it. I like it a lot, mate. Yeah.
Can't just call it the island. When me born, I grow, it is my land. Stand up on like grass on dry land. Christmas time is get cold like an ice man. The tropical breeze coming in fast across the ocean sea. Girls too sweet, they better than leave. Book a flight if you want, just come up and see. Look, enough care not the type to walk with. Care just sweet, walk more like
accent, boy.
Much I can't. Barbados the place to be. Birds chirping, monkeys swiping trees, stinging bees. Cause it's a cheap, but I'm cold and nice to the freezer thing. Nobody don't hear upon me, but they don't really like the taste of cookie. Just give me some cocoa and fish with your brown.
What do you say?
You don't like the taste of coffee? What?
What?
Okay.
Coochie. What? I don't know. What? Yeah, them and they eat pum pum harder.
My home, my life, living in tropical paradise, place where everyone always right. Can't say nothing, I fight, but I love my home. Shaped like a bee from a plane or drone. This is the place I may not know. Tourists friendly in a danger zone. Look, you're missing out. Take a scene that tour from north, east, west to south. Buy a map and choose a route. Leave on your left, then turn right at the roundabout. From country straight to town. So much views, don't drive fast, just slow it down. Sign showing what road you're on. When me look real good, but the road you should focus on.
The monarchy is dead. Mental shift, they took down Nelson right off the ledge. Karma for the ancestors, they sent off the edge. Small but mighty, next we say go long Elizabeth. 13, 15, 9, that's my country. Some days I cry, some days I smile. Love 166 tough she. Please put the wrist in my conky. I'm pay on my plate when you start me. Progressive because a woman runs the country. Down with the patriarchy. My name is Lee. Make sure you spell it right. I was born in the Isle of Spice, but I rapping for all my life on this month because I'm sweet and nice. But like won't be, I like what your words cause you don't decide. They're like the eagle, like greatness isn't my destiny. Listen, talk to me nice because I won't be repeating twice. Nobody in this world can style me. And I look, we know coconut oil on me. Life elevate, I greater heights. Murder, she wrote, kill a Nick Jr. beat on sight, yeah.
Fear them, cause if you up a gun and smoke weed, I should be weird them. I never hear fellas say they fear them. God enough to us, so me only turn him, boys are sleeping. Seems to me, you hear reality.
Bayesian beefy. God. Bayesian beefy. They go Bayesian beefy out here, bro.
This boy too comfy. Positive mind, good energy. Never take what they might never love for enemy. But they stay pray me. When them lie, may nice take grinding. Never eat from a plate that they feeling me. Cocoa and flying fish, take ones of KFC. And my friends put the border state in the house we go streets. Bad man look out for his peeps. Saw you. And they go for them a year for the kid.
It's line. Give me the pan, give me the mic. Go when you're ready, give me green light. And let me shine like starlight. Yeah.
Laser Jets. God.
When you bring up, when you bring a Bayesian midget friend.
God,
Give me the pan, give me the mic. Go when you're ready, give me green light. And let me shine like starlight.
in the background. God.
Yeah. Every crevice, every cranny, every lead, every alley,
every artist one bus try make a little money, too much push and too much up. Try to help each other, boss. Some pretend they cannot feel the vibe until the thing shot. They never know. Me up against stop. Me fly amongst the eagle hilltop. Graduated from the school of hard knocks, when the roll call, you know me a fish shine. Give me the drum, give me the kick, give me the bass line. Hey. Give me the point, give me the mic. When you're ready, give me green light. And let me shine like starlight. Yeah.
Yeah, safe one.
Fuck's sakes.
That was mad, you know. Fuck's
That was
sake. Where's my Bayesians at? Where's my bruh? It's funny how Bayesians just not around when these things are going in, bro. You get me? And they're not around, bro. Completely just absent. You get me? You know me, I'm just making some yellow rice. You get me? With a little piece of mongoose. Mad thing. Don't chill out on Mount Gay. You know what I mean? The place to be, you know. The place to be.
Mount Gay.
Mount Gay. There was all types of Hawaiian shirts. Fuck's sake. Liberties. My eyes is like ultraviolet or something. You get me?
What's up with the beat as well, bro? When they play beat or something? Like,
huh? No, boy. It would have been fast pace. Calypso stuff. You want to be spitting that Calypso pace. You get me? Be my guest. Even experts like me, boy, would find that difficult, bro. You get me? 200 miles an hour.
Overdose cipher. Mayday.
Whoa. You love it.
Man said Mosshood.
Oh, fuck. Who said that? Time them out.
I timed him out. Block them. I don't want that negativity in my chat.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Yo, tout change à game, l'amène fuck ou gain. Brain, tout trapper fuck ou dang. Respect pour tout un set qui tape travail, qui rend une qui.
These look like the type of guys that shoot and then ask if you've got anything on you.
Yeah. Johnny too bad in them, man. There.
Yeah, they look like the kind of guy that just kill you. Yeah, kill you and then be like, wow, I wonder if he's got anything on him.
I'm telling you.
Kill you. Actually, was it you that? Was it him?
Yeah, pow. Yeah, was it you that shot at my homies yesterday? Like, yo.
Dang, man. Dernier temps, dang.
What country is this from, bro?
I don't know. Like somewhere where this waistcoat is acceptable. Like nah, you need that. You need to see the waistcoat. Where does it do with the waistcoat? See him say something about defense. I knew he was one of them.
Steve, dog got shit, real nigga on cypher. So eyes, been protect shipments to software. Shout out to my nigga Silabe. Ooh, got time fair. Dog got shit over this game, yeah, with cypher. My gun got to block the back, we put block in my system to flop. Ladies crazy to fuck, babe, nothing bag you fucked up. Après ça me fait ça, you got to talk about.
Why can I understand some of it?
Nice thing. Nous sommes lazy, quand t'es fort, on me fait ou saisi. Nous talk pas crazy pour fantaisie. Attends, nous sommes déjà victimes. Fait mon réuni qu'on fait vikings.
That guy he's the reason. If anyone wants to know why I'm not watching it anymore. This guy here, he's the reason why I'm taking off the side.
Oh, the background. Oh, shit.
Him.
Who's that? Oh, mate.
Yeah, him.
Nah. Take it off.
Not good.
Take it off. Stop.
Man said Mosshood, not good. More like, this is not good.
He looked like the skinny black fucking Haitian Xerxes. Like, what's that?
He's everything. He's everything. LBR, Yoruba, he's everything. Santeria.
Yeah.
Like, all of them. He's under all those pictures.
Man said if Shabba moved to Haiti, I'm bored his nose. What's Chaba Vudun ranks. Is that what you're saying? This is like from Hard to Kill.
No, he said Chaba Shaka.
These men that Screwface give them a 1,000 deaths worse than this.
Time out who said Chaba Shaka.
Yeah, just get them out.
Time out that person.
Get them out.
Disrespectful. I don't know what that's about.
Who's saying like a G? Middlesex Oma, yeah? Alright, hold on.
What?
I hear you still. Nah, I get you.
No top. No, we're not really feeling the no top thing. Let's get closer. You sure, Omar?
Yeah, Omar's guy.
That nigga look like he will shrink your head. You don't have nothing to say.
And I see my Uncle Jojo. You belong gone.
We pray every day. Yo, S, are you there? Yo,
Love
S.
is everybody.
Yo.
Yeah. So one, you got some questions for Mike, right? Big up yourself.
I did. I was trying to get some more charge, but it's cool. It might die though. I literally put it on when I said it.
Well, what are you saying then?
Yeah, no, I just literally switched on about 2 minutes before I jumped in, and I could just hear I don't know what to call it. I'd call it reckless. Well, I don't know if it's reckless. Misguided talk. So first of all, you there, Mike? Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, I'm here still.
All right. So first of all, how old are you? Just so I know, because you were talking about young. 29.
Just turned.
Okay, so you're not that young then. No. Not like 16, 18.
No.
So I heard you saying something about your generation or younger generations.
Yeah.
Well, let me just you said bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like what, for example?
So for me, I think that again, I wanna reiterate. I'm not gonna speak for everybody. I'm just gonna speak for myself.
Yeah. I'm asking you. So yeah. Any answer you give me, I'm taking it as your answer, not everyone's.
Wicked, bro. Thank you. Okay, so for me, in terms of bigger fish to fry, there's bigger systems that are oppressing everyone than the concerns of other people, maybe in terms of their lifestyle choices, in terms of like kind of innocuous, benign lifestyle choices that don't really affect me or don't really affect anyone directly, but in terms of like the classism that is so prevalent in like the West, in the UK, in London.
Sorry, before you push on, because I just Googled the word you just said, innocuous.
Yeah.
Not harmful or offensive.
Yeah.
So what is it you're saying is not harmful? Men cross-dressing and wearing makeup. You said that's not harmful or offensive.
Maybe innocuous isn't a good word because I mean in the former as opposed to not causing harm.
Okay, so let's stick with the harm.
It might cause offense, but in harm.
Right, so let's forget the offense. Let's talk about harm. Right. So you're saying men cross-dressing wearing makeup is not causing harm?
No, it's not causing harm.
So how did you end up cross-dressing wearing makeup then?
What do you mean? What is the point you're getting?
Well, I'm coming from an angle that it definitely causes psychological harm to young, impressionable minds.
But what are you defining as harm? So that's what I'm trying to understand.
Let's look it up. Let's look up the definition.
Also, if I go quiet for a second, just give it a minute.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Let's look up the definition. I don't want it to be mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Detrimental effects is what I mean by harm.
Okay. Wait, in fact, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go into another room.
just look up detrimental just to be clear. Oh, circular, tending to cause harm.
Yeah. So harm. That's a
psychological harm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Detrimental to the psyche of young impressionable people.
In what way though? That's what I'm, because I think that I've heard generally, not just in this conversation, but in conversations generally, I hear like the emotional talk about harm and about like damage and about like the destruction of values and the destruction of ethics and the destruction of tradition and all that shit. But what I want to understand is what is that? How does this proposed harm everyone's talking about? How does it manifest? Like what is?
Well, it manifests in the young men becoming effeminized, regardless of what they wear and how they paint themselves. The masculine fire, which serves a function and purpose, seems to be evaporating. Not only is it evaporating, it seems to be more and more becoming, the idea of it's demonized, like masculinity is toxic now. Toxic masculinity. We hear that all the time now, right? Sorry to cut you, just to cap off, and then this kind of hazy grey area, middle of the road thing. Yeah. Everyone's accepting of that, but masculinity is toxic. So that's harm. That's damage. That's an erosion of. Go on, if you've got a response.
Okay, so for me, the funny thing is, even the chances. I didn't know we were going to be having this conversation today. I was listening to a podcast earlier about this woman. She's writing a book about infidelity in relationships, and about men, how men, like why men cheat and everything, why men can't be, why a lot of men rather can't seem to find
stay with one woman.
Yeah. So it was even funny that I listened to that just by chance, and then we're having this conversation now because I think that it's a wait. Just to refresh my memory, just repeat what you said. The last part of what you said.
Shit. I was saying we were talking about that. Oh yeah, I was saying toxic masculinity.
Yeah, sorry.
This idea of toxic masculinity as an example of the damage that's been done to the young generation, to where people don't respond in necessarily normal ways. They're responding with this nonsense, these nonsense ideas like masculinity is toxic. That's nonsense.
I think it's because maybe the way that you're even wording it is a bit. They don't need to be synonymous. They don't need to even, and maybe that's what you've experienced in terms of people.
What doesn't need to be synonymous?
The toxicity with masculinity doesn't need to be synonymous.
Of course not. Sorry, go on.
Here's the issue is, I think that a lot of the concerns that all kinds of people are making in terms of the way when they're talking about masculinity and its potential for toxicity, a lot of them are quite valid in terms of like just like one example. Yeah, like in terms of like male. In terms of like male suicides.
That's not masculinity.
A lot of it is linked to it. Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's not. That's one of the detriments of what we're seeing nowadays. That's men unable to cope.
No, a lot of that comes from the fact that a lot of men can't communicate properly, and feel alone. So
I don't. Communicate to who? Exactly. Men don't want to communicate all the time.
That's not. They don't have to communicate all the time. But I'm just answering what we're saying about the issues.
All right. Sorry. Let me just jump in quickly because I want to answer your same point.
Yeah.
Men have arguably only a few functions naturally. Yeah. One of those functions is protection. So much so that if you were to take, I don't know, a male lion or whatever, and that man's in his right mind, yeah, and that man sees enemies approaching from afar, and that man's alone with his family, he will tell his family to head one way, directly away from the enemy, and he will charge headlong towards the enemy to slow them down, even at the cost of his life. That's what men do. That's their function. So if a man's going to take his own life because he can't cope with social issues in this liberal Western world, then he's suffering from mental health issues.
Okay, but the issue I'm having is that I think that a lot of these, even the functions that you're speaking about, or the functions that people speak about, the roles that men should be playing, or men have to play, or men are supposedly naturally inclined to occupying. This is like stuff that they're socialized to do. This is not biologically innate.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Is it really?
Is it not?
A lot of not everything. A lot of the stuff isn't.
Protecting your family. That's not biologically innate to the male.
No, it's not biologically innate to the male. It's something that's what we're socialized to do.
Really? So where's the armies of women in our history, in our countries? Where's the women went out to fight and the men stayed at home? Where's that? How come men's bodies grow once they hit a certain age and chemicals take off in a different direction? How come their bodies grow into fighting bodies? How come?
To me, anyway, that feels like a bit of a false equivalency. Like that's like seeing something that sees like.
Well, we know there's many women armies and soldiers.
Yeah,
where though? Where?
That doesn't even make sense.
There are matriarchal societies that exist. I'm not.
No. What I said was just to be clear. What I just said was to be clear. Yeah. Where is it where the women go out and fight the wars and the men stay at home? Where's that? That's what I said. And I've never seen that before. So if there are many, please show me one now.
Is it? Women don't fight. Like the Indian women. What do they call them? Them
I'm not talking about little units. I'm talking about the way things are done.
Like, just let Esther kind of get me.
You what? Sorry?
Now I say let Esther and Mike. I want to hear what Mike is saying, not you.
Oh, okay.
Mike's point of view, unless you share the same point of view as Mike, which I don't think you do. We need to stop doing that.
So where were we? I was talking about. I said that I was basically saying it's a male function. You were saying it weren't necessarily biological, and I said, okay, cool. So show me where the women have gone out to fight the wars, and the men have been left at home for years, and all the women are getting wiped out.
The thing is, that still doesn't. What's the word? That still doesn't deal with the fact that it's not. That could just
that's our empirical evidence, though, bruv. Before
I kind of understand. Okay, so I understand what you mean in terms of like. In fact, you know what? I just thought of a way to speak about this. So, you're talking about like how men historically have been the ones that have been involved in combat and involved in.
I'm saying it's our function is to protect.
Okay, but the thing is, use the example about war. Use the example about battle.
Yep.
But it's like that is. There's a few ways you could even look at that. In one way you could say that, like society now, in terms of, you know, we're not living the same way as our ancestors. We're not living the same way as we've never lived. Human beings have never lived in this way. And I don't even mean that in terms of politics. I mean that just functionally in terms of accessibility of food, shelter, so on and so forth. So a lot of the stuff that, even if it was, I don't agree that it is biologically innate, but even if it was biologically innate, like we still might have functions as humans that are vestigial, you know. Now, like we just might have like, you know, like not everything that in our body, not every behavior that we exhibit is purposeful or fit for, you know, society now.
Okay, so
that's one way you could see it. And the other thing I was going to say too was in terms of there must be more to being a man, or being in terms of our role as men, than just being combative,
protecting and providing, and breeding.
That's what that kind of, I understand. Like that sounds beneficial, but I mean, like functionally, like if you actually, I know obviously it comes down to just the fact that there are more men in positions of political power globally, but then like even look at like this, when people bring, or when men are bringing masculinity, or a better way to say it is when men are bringing toxic masculinity to politics, as they have done for centuries.
So
they're going to war. They're going like it's what I'm basically getting at is that from my standpoint, I understand exactly why people are talking about toxic masculinity, because I can see the apparent product is often violence. You know, it's often violence against each other and violence against people that are vulnerable, i.e., women.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Where do you see this?
I see this in a lot of abusive relationship dynamics. I see this in terms of, I don't know, just like the world playing field, the way that a lot of the time it's men.
Do you know what? Before we even move on to that, I'm going to answer the 2 points you just made.
Yeah.
The first one being, it's gone out of my head.
About how a human behavior.
All right, and we're in a different time now. Blah blah blah. Cool.
Yeah.
Right. So are you saying that the need for men to protect and provide doesn't exist in our society today?
It doesn't exist in the same way that you're speaking about in terms of, well, or rather, that's a very.
Then who?
That sounds West Coast to me. That it sounds. What I meant to say was, it doesn't necessarily fit for. It doesn't necessarily fit for how we're living in the West today, or how we might be living in terms of living in 2021. It doesn't in terms of like technology being more accessible, food being more accessible.
No, not technology. Who's going to protect my family from physical harm?
You would have to answer that for me. Who's going to protect your family?
Okay, assume you had if you don't have a family, assume you did. Who's your wife and children? Who's going to protect them from physical harm?
I will be protecting them from physical harm.
You would have to protect
but
them.
Then here's something else that I'm going to posit to you too. What about, because people often, even like I've heard that argument from my dad in the past as well, and I'm just like, well, I hear that. I hear that I guess there's a responsibility when you form a family, when you choose to form a family, or whether family is forced upon you, that you have to protect it. But there's been so many examples. Just like I'm sure you could probably even if you think about it, you probably know many of the examples. But
examples of what? Other people protecting my family.
In terms not protecting your family, but in terms of the family unit being looked after.
By
or being by women, No,
I don't know. This is what I'm saying. I don't know, because if, for example, I mean, they might try, but let's say, for example, 2 burglars broke in, high as a kite. That woman may try her best to defend the family, but she's not built for it. That's what we're for. So while they may try, while they may be left alone, and we're going into a different subject about broken up families, single parents and all that. It's a different kind of subject. So I don't want to go too far into that, because that's whole nother mess we need to deal with as well. And
I think it kind of relates to it though.
To deal with.
It's a bit related. No, I understand what you mean.
All right, I get what you're saying, but hear this now. Yeah. The promotion of all of these ideas, like this gender fluid, I'm going to use the word nonsense, the promotion of that and the promotion of breaking up families all come from the same source. And they're all for the same reason. So people can't protect themselves. The reason why they want to effeminize men and make men effeminate, and they've been doing it for the last however long, it's because now we've reached a stage where the majority of the younger men are completely not only like mentally soft, but psychologically soft and just soft in the head, full stop. So now we've got a situation where the men don't rise up. The idea of rising up, like for example, if we had a proper population of men, we wouldn't be facing the issues we're facing now from our government and their masters.
Rise up in what way?
Rise up and get these people out of their positions.
Oh, so you was in revolution?
Yep.
And you're saying the responsibility of that solely falls on men?
Effeminate men ain't going to do it. I'm talking about physical revolution. They're not going to do it.
Physical revolution?
Yeah, physical as in remove these people physically. They ain't going to remove themselves. They're not going to say, oh, sorry, we put our hands up. We were wrong. Here, take over. I
don't see how an effeminate so quote unquote effeminate man is any less equipped to being politically engaged and to being.
I'm not talking about politically engaged. I'm talking about combat.
Actually,
remove these motherfuckers. That's what I'm talking about. Remove them.
You're almost speaking as if they can't exist. They can exist at the same time, no?
Who?
Is in the idea of being
the two types of men.
Yeah, or rather, the
of course they can. Of course,
but the ones sensitive and then also revolting. Why can't they exist? At the same time?
The mic cut out. What did you say about before also revolting?
So why is it that someone can't be, or you might have a man who's being called, say, effeminate, as you were using? Why is it that he is any less capable than of removing, say, Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party from their leadership?
Why? It's not about no Conservative Party or Boris Johnson's obviously playing a role. I'm talking about removing the bad actors once and for all, so they're gone.
I know what you mean.
Above government and government down. Yeah. So it's not about politics. There's no political solution to this. There's no discussion that's gonna, like I said, make them say, "Oh, do you know what?
I agree. I was just using that as an example because that was the person that's in terms of.
So to answer your question,
yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm just kind of using terms loosely, but an alpha male will hear about certain violations that the government's doing on behalf of its masters, and his blood is immediately boiling. Other types of males don't have the same stimulus response. They sit around, they got ways, because I hear them talking. And I'm not talking about males who are outwardly presenting cross-dressing and wearing makeup. I'm talking about males who don't even know they've had the fire taken out of them. Straight males who dress straight and look for women and have women.
That even sounds like a separate thing, though. That's why
it's all part of the same psychological warfare campaign that's been going on from before I was born.
But you're talking about men that are, say, effeminate.
Young men nowadays, young men, yeah, or even older men. If they've let the nonsense get into their heads, it's not just this gender fluidity. There's multiple facets to this weakening of men thing. That's just one of them. It's just one.
To me,
I'm only discussing it with you because I saw you wearing makeup and saying what you were saying.
To me, it seems a bit. What you're arguing seems a bit scattered. It seems because you're talking about.
Scared.
Yeah, just I'm not. I don't mean that. I don't mean that as like disrespect. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Why don't we just focus on what it is? I'm just trying to talk about.
It just seems.
Go on, say what you're gonna say. Just say what you're gonna say.
It seems scattered because you're talking about. You're talking about. The so-called feminization of men, but then you're also. The men that you're even coming for are not the same men that I thought you were initially talking about.
Well, so I'm having a conversation with you about what you were saying, but like I said just now, there's multiple facets to this onslaught, and this effeminization of men is one of them. So I can't really accept that it's scattered. There's a lot to talk about, not much time, not much battery. But go on, I'll let you speak quickly. I'm grabbing some food.
Okay, cool. The reason why it seems scattered is because, I'm not going to dispute they might be related issues, but I'm confused by what you're saying, because in one way you're talking about I don't know, men not taking up the mantle in terms of being leaders and being table shakers. From what
Hunters, killers, warriors, killers, not politicians, not leaders. Nope, there's only one leader. Killers. Let's hang them. Killers. That's what I'm talking about.
But explain. So because I guess that you were talking about like, say, if in the revolution there's going to be people that are going to be killed. I understand that. But
there's a long list of people who need to be killed.
Yeah, absolutely. But what I'm confused at is why is it that it's you're kind of seeing it in this binary in a way that you couldn't be a bit more sensitive You couldn't be a bit
sensitive.
You couldn't be a bit softer, and then do that in the same way.
They don't need sensitivity.
Well, they obviously do because they've got got so many issues with communication.
Where did you learn that? Where did you learn that? Where did you learn that men being men is issues with communication? Where did you learn that?
What do you mean? Where did I learn that? In terms of
you're saying men have so many. No, you're saying men have so many issues with communication, as though that's true.
I mean, right? It definitely is true.
Me and you are sitting here talking now. We've got completely differing viewpoints,
and we're talking. But
we're talking.
That's one denomination of communicating. I'm talking about getting into like the crux of talking with their loved ones about their relationships and talking to expressing themselves. You know, like if there's an issue with men
expressing themselves,
expressing themselves healthily. I think a lot of men don't.
So, for example, if they're frustrated, their frustration turns to anger, and their action turns to their anger turns to action. That's what I call healthy. Whereas they can sit around, talk about their feelings, get it all out, and then the world's incrementally just sliding. Men have this excuse that they can deal with their anxieties and frustrations in this little placid way, but the world ain't getting fixed.
Okay, so I've got a question for you. Would you, if you, I don't know. I'm not saying this is. I'm just asking this.
Just ask whatever you want. It's fine.
Yeah. How do you feel about like seeking therapy, for example?
Therapy?
Yeah. Just. Do you think you've ever needed it? Would you discourage your friends from getting it? Would you?
If I could find someone I trusted and I knew they were good enough, I would get neuro-linguistic programming therapy. But I wouldn't go and get like cognitive behavioral therapy or none of this mainstream, none of the flavors that are being promoted by the powers that be. Because say that again.
What about just talking counselling?
Oh no.
Like going to
Don't need it. Again? Don't need it. I wouldn't get it. I wouldn't get it under any circumstance. I just wouldn't. Like, I mean, it would have to be really extreme. I'd have to be like shaking like a nervous wreck, kind of. I don't think I'm perfect, but right. I don't know. I critically appraise myself all the time anyway, so I'm constantly changing anyway. So I guess I'm constantly counseling myself. I know some people say you can't counsel yourself, but whatever. Men who were doing it for tens of millennia until counseling became a thing. So, and I'm sure suicide rates started. I'm not even going to comment on that because I don't have the statistics.
Yeah,
I forget. But why did you ask if I'd consider counseling?
The reason why I asked is because what you just expressed in terms of kind of just the distrust for it. That's something that I've observed with a lot of men. That's to me, that's unhealthy. How can that be? I'm not telling you to go onto the fucking therapist network right now and seek a therapist. I just mean it seems unhealthy that there are so many men that wouldn't even entertain like seeing a counselor, seeing a therapist. That's just one. That's a microcosm of what I'm saying though, because I think there's a lot of other bigger issues with communication, even in terms of the amount of.
So you're telling me people need counseling?
A lot of people do, yeah.
Definitely. So no. I'm not saying there are people out there who have got themselves in psychological states, and they can or do or will benefit from some counseling. That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I'm saying people as a species, like lion, human, wolf, whatever. You're saying human is one mammal species that actually needs counseling.
Yes.
Can you not see the fallacy in your logic? Can you not see the?
No, absolutely not. Because you're talking like, I don't know. We're not animals. People often use like animal comparisons. We're animals, but you can see a distinction between like, I don't know, like a human being and any animal. We are animals, but we're not. We are our own animal in a way. Pardon the pun. Like we are our own
species, whatever.
Yeah, we're kind of human existence and human cognizance, the human consciousness is an anomaly. It's not.
I'm not so sure about that.
It's okay.
That's an idea that gets promoted, but when I was a kid, they used to say fish don't feel pain, and I'm not that old.
Fish do feel. Wait. So you agreeing or what? What do you mean?
Of course, fish feel fucking pain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So isn't my point? You can't listen to everything that these lying fucking weirdos tell you.
Yeah, but I don't know. Again, that kind of feels like a false equivalency thing. Like, I know that's an obvious ridiculous thing.
It's not a false equivalency. What I'm saying is you can't just spew out, oh, they say this and they say that. Because in the 80s, fish didn't feel pain. Women didn't have rights.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. I think that we're kind of, in a way, saying the same thing, but.
Well, let's go back a bit.
Yeah,
let's go back a bit. What were we talking about? If you asked me something, let's talk more about the communication thing.
Yeah,
because I believe is a total. I believe is an absolute betrayal, a total lie. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying the concept, the idea that's being promoted that men have these communication issues and they just need to be able to communicate. I think it's a lie. And the reason why I think it's a lie is because I've been a man for a long time. I've seen a lot of men in the time I've been alive. Yeah. And men ain't always rushing to go and chat about little foolishness. Men deal with it internally.
Do you think that's an innate behavior, or do you think that is how they are automatically programmed to be? Like, what do you which one do you think it is? Or do you think it's a bit of both, or what do you think?
I think it's, what's a good way to put it? Okay, this is what I think.
Yeah.
I think because we have spoken language, we have this ridiculous access to food, rock solid buildings, and a parent government. I think we've developed all kinds of, like if we didn't have all of that, a lot of things that people class as issues now.
Yeah. They wouldn't be issues, you think?
Talking about, yeah, exactly. So, for example, if, for example, let's take it back way, I don't know if this is even true, but let's take it back to caveman days. Saber-toothed tigers running around and all of that.
Yeah.
Caveman A ain't got time to worry about caveman B telling caveman C that his hair ain't that nice. It just wouldn't affect caveman A.
Yeah.
He's looking out for the saber-toothed tigers. You see what I mean? And so I think a lot of shit that people, what would you call it? I don't even know what to call it, man.
Do you kind of see it as like modernity gone mad?
No, not even modernity. I just see it as nonsense. I just see men running around just doing some dumb shit. I see men reacting and responding emotionally to stuff where there should just be no response at all. Just look at, turn your head and walk off, or some other response, but not some, oh my God, I'm a victim. That's the word I'm looking for. This victim mentality is being promoted left, right, and center. Everyone's encouraged to be a victim. And it starts from nursery. Someone fucks with you at nursery and you're 2 years old and you hit them, you get told off. Or someone snatches something out of your hand and you're 2 years old in nursery and your reaction is just bam, and you get in trouble. That's a natural reaction. Someone just snatched something out of your hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's a natural reaction to hit that person. But 2-year-old gets in trouble. You don't do that. If somebody does that, you come and tell a teacher. Disarmed.
Mm.
And I think that men nowadays are, not all men, because there's still loads of men who aren't like that. Not just men, people. That whole thing is being promoted. Everyone's a victim. Everyone has a right to be respected no matter what they want to think or say or do, except the people who are doing what people have been doing all along. They don't have a right to think or say or do what they've been doing, because that's toxic. And this, the second thing you said about toxic masculinity resulting in wars and all this shit. These little cocksuckers that are taking these countries to war, putting on these pantomime wars, they wouldn't know masculinity if it uppercutted them across the room. They're cowards. Cowards. They got paper balls. People like Boris. He's a servant for these other people. These other people are like beta males over scheming. Now, their ancestors, way back in the day, some of their ancestors whose stories you might be able to check out, they were alphas because they took their position by force. Yeah, they might have had all kinds of bullshit, corruption and deceit and treachery going on as well. But when it came to it, they would take shit by force and they would defend what they've taken by force. But now, today, this new generation, they've got way too many layers of protection. So they're not masculine at all. At all. It's not masculinity that's sending countries to war. It's control. It's the desire to be destructive and controlling. That's why all these pantomime wars are happening. It's a big, long conversation, but I can present you decades and decades and decades and decades and decades of empirical evidence that show every single one of them wars was just a fucking stage job. Every single one of them dictators was put in place by a group of people who later, quote unquote, took them out. I don't know that. The idea that the younger generation has evolved into something more. What word would you use?
The way I would describe it is that I don't think that humanity, or rather, I do think that humanity is adaptive. So a lot of the functions that you're talking about, humans humans were flexible enough that they could adjust to that norm as a species, and they could create roles for themselves, and there could be people that are assigned roles as hunters, people who are assigned roles as gatherers, people who are assigned roles as homemakers, and so on and so forth. But there's room. Like we're not like these wolves. We're not like these dogs. We're not like these. We are adaptive. That's why humanity we're
definitely adaptive.
That's why humanity has wrought so much destruction on the earth, because of our capacity for adaptation. I
disagree with that. I disagree with that. The destruction that's been brought on the earth is part of a long running agenda that encompasses the destruction of the earth, the wars, the destruction of the people and their psyche, the destruction of sovereignty of people and nations.
I don't disagree with you at all, man. I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is that I think that one of those things, I think the thing I'm talking about is more than anything. I think it's the progenitor of that campaign. That's what I'm saying.
What, ability to adapt?
Or not to, it sounds like not exactly. I think that it's part of why that humans are so good at it, rather. That's what I mean to say. That's why humans are so effective at being destructive. But obviously
humans are definitely good at adapting. And I would say the people who are carrying out their agenda, they understand human psychology. They've spent it long enough studying it at its extreme edges. And they've learned how to devise ways to modify behavior incrementally.
Yeah.
They've published plans about their intentions to do so, including the effeminization of men and the destruction of masculinity. They've spoke about all of this in advance. They've written it down. Their writings have been exposed. So you are basically living right now in a state that was designed for you a few decades ago and took a few decades to incrementally roll out. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Disagree?
No, I don't disagree, but I also think that I don't think that same kind of programming you're talking about is something that manifests as simply as a campaign to, in the way you described it, emasculate men. I think that even when I was speaking earlier to Jedi, and he was talking about, there was something we agreed on. I can't remember exactly what it was. We were talking about what was it again? We were talking about
the agenda.
What was it? Do you remember exactly what we said again? I can't remember. We were talking about something. Yeah, the agenda. Yes, yeah, I remember. And Jedediah was saying how he feels like that, like the queer agenda is, say, being forced on him and forced on everyone.
It is, yeah.
On like a global scale. And I was saying how I don't think that's really it. And then I was saying, a lot of these companies
don't think that's really it.
No, let me finish. What I was saying was that I think that it's just a symptom of neoliberalism that these companies are using, like the pride flag and stuff. It's like they're co-opting these things and they're trying to make money off them. And then he was saying, "Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying to you as well." So there was like an agreement in terms of like maybe saying that a lot of these corporations that are doing it in a just disingenuous way. They're not doing it for anyone's benefit, aside from their own. But I can't remember I don't even remember why I even brought it up. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so scattered myself.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Go on. Who's speaking?
Radar. New to the not new.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the voice threw me off. Go on, bro.
It's about homosexuality, if that's okay.
Yeah, go on. Hit me.
Like, do you think that sexual attraction, like for a male to a female, do you reckon that's like inbuilt into us?
No, I don't think so. Oh, sorry. I misunderstood the question for a second. I think that attraction is kind of out of our control, to be honest.
Say that again, sorry?
I think
out of our control.
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
Yeah, and the reason why I say that is because for a long time I was of the school of thought it's the environment that affects our attraction. Yeah. I watched this documentary.
I still am of that school of thought.
I watched this documentary about maybe 6 years ago, and it was about the homophobia in Jamaica.
A what? Sorry?
The homophobia in Jamaica.
Okay, if you want to call it that. Regular people in Jamaica being demonized.
Yeah,
is another way to put it.
It was a Jamaican-made documentary, and all the people were Jamaican in it, and they were interviewing. It wasn't like
Jamaica's a puppet of this machine.
All right, but what I'm saying
is,
this documentary, they were talking about. They were interviewing at the beginning of the documentary. They interviewed this guy, and I didn't understand his angle at first because he said it's like maybe like 2 minutes into the documentary, he was like only like a crazy person would choose to be gay in Jamaica,
or a poor person who's being offered thousands of US dollars.
All right, but so later into the documentary, he's talking about how I thought he was. I don't know. I didn't understand his angle. I didn't know that. I didn't know whether he was gay himself. And then he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gay," and I understood what he was saying in terms of only a crazy person would choose to be like that. If there's gonna be gay people in environments like back home, like that's to me, that is evidence that people don't choose. Because why would you choose to be persecuted?
It seems like you're not really treating the subject with enough. It seems like you're just taking everything at face value. So, for example,
how I don't understand
because you're saying why would the fact that someone would choose to be gay in Jamaica. Listen, and you got these rich people. When you're first hearing man getting accused of batting man business in Jamaica, people are telling stories about pool parties and this and that and blah blah blah. So these people who are struggling, some of the weaker ones, and some of the ones people even expect to be weaker, accept money from little dirty corruptors so they can do whatever it is they want to do with them for their pleasure. And then these people, in their weakness, their lack of like morals, they repeat the behavior because money is their god. The typical young person in Jamaica now today is very materialistic. You got Jamaican kids nagging their parents for foolishness like phones and Jordans nowadays. Whereas 20 years ago, you wouldn't even dream of it. You wouldn't dream of it. Kids couldn't dream of that. But now these ghetto kids and money. And that's why they turn to it, money. Because they offer them ridiculous amounts of money. More money than anyone else is making. They're
So
probably getting more money than certain men are getting for killing, man.
So you're saying that most, or at the very least, like a sizable amount of people in Jamaica who are gay are getting paid off.
What's the sizable amount?
No, that's what I'm asking you. Are you saying that most of the people
not paid off? I'm saying people came there with their nastiness and took advantage of poor people because they know they would let them fuck for money. That's what I'm saying. And those people repeated that process because they're money hungry. Responsibilities on them. Yeah. But they repeated that process. And at the same time while that's happening, whatever's going on, I don't even know really what's been going on in the political stage too tough as far as homosexuality in Jamaica. But I've seen, like you said, it might be the same documentary about 6 years ago. I think it might be the same documentary because that phrase you said about you'd have to be crazy to choose to be gay in Jamaica, that kind of rings a bell. So I think I might have seen the same documentary. Was it a Vice documentary?
No. It was independent
that was just going around and like get me, and it was just.
Was it the one with the gully queens and all that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. But it's like why these people are coming over and taking advantage of the people with their money.
Wait, sorry. It wasn't the vibe. I've watched that Gully Queens, but it wasn't that one. It was because I'm actually looking at this thing now and it's not familiar to me. It was. I'm gonna see if I can find the one that I watched, and then I'm gonna post up. But yeah, sorry. Continue what you're saying, bro.
So yeah, while all this is going on, there's pressure from the quote unquote West.
Yeah.
Because this little fuck up these little fuck up ways. And Jamaica's a puppet. I don't know if you know this or not. Jamaica's not independent. Jamaican elections don't choose the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
They choose the party. Do you know that?
Yeah, of course.
And you know who chooses the Prime Minister?
Go on.
The governor. And do you know who chooses the governor? Who appoints the governor?
Go on.
Queen of England. So the Queen of England's number 2 in Jamaica chooses the Prime Minister. So Jamaica's a complete puppet. Complete. Let's not even get into the economic side of things, and then the fact that the economy is just totally just ripped out and controlled by external interests. Just from a structural legal level, Jamaica's a complete puppet. So any kind of Western nonsense they push out in Jamaica for us. You know what I mean? Anything they want to push it, they can easily get anything into Jamaica. Corrupt politicians, again, money hungry. Like, the place is messed. It's messed. The conversation's kind of getting diluted here, but like, if this was so natural, why has there been so much effort to promote it?
But in the same way, there's also been an immense amount of effort to extinguish it too.
Really?
Yeah.
So where's the anti-pride? Where's the anti-pride marches? Where's the anti-pride adverts? Where's the anti-pride slogans? Where's the anti-pride? Where's all the females standing up for straight men? There's a lot of commentators like who have, who
people like Richard Spencer, people like Mano Yiannopoulos, and them kind of people who have huge followings. There's a lot of there's definitely a counter to that. There's definitely
right, but that's not the same as George Soros funded movements, is it? That's not the same as decades and decades and billions of pounds and graphic designers and printers and men going around in vans putting up posters. It's not the same. That's what I mean by promotion, actual marketing.
Do you personally feel attacked?
Do I feel attacked?
Yeah.
I don't feel attacked, but I do see the attempts to attack people like me, but they deflect off me. Because in my mind, these people they're not right in the head. And
it's an attack when they make you watch like things that are sexualized, or if
definitely
they start showing like the male body, sexualized,
so if I was watching something and then bam, two mans kissing on the screen, that's a shankers. That's an attack.
So I feel like an attack.
Don't feel like an attack. It's an attack. I don't get into my feelings.
But what's the harm?
I only use my feelings to guide me, and that's it. I don't respond to my feelings to external stimulus. I just respond to the external stimulus.
All right.
Okay. So you got asked like, it doesn't feel like an attack, but it is an attack. That's an attack on me. That's an attack on my son. It's an attack on my dad, my brother. Of course it is.
But what is?
It's desensitization. It's like showing someone violence, and like they get used to violence, and you show them more violence.
It's psychological warfare. It's an attack on the mind. It's an attack on the mind. You're trying to seed man's mind with that nonsense. It's an attack on the mind. To me, it's disgusting. So if I'm sitting there watching something and then bam, all of a sudden the screen just switches and two man is kissing up or two man doing nastiness in their bed, that's an attack. No warning. It's not like it said warning. That in my business, come in next. You know what I mean? Or skip 20 seconds. No warning. Just bam. So yeah, it's an attack. But why did you ask if I consider it an attack?
Because I'm trying to work out what the occasion of the attack are. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like what is going to happen if you see this thing? What's it going to do to you?
It's pollution. Mental pollution, psychological pollution, psychic pollution, spiritual pollution, energetic pollution.
Let me ask a question. It's good. You know how my questions go, yeah? A few stages, yeah? So, what do you think about the effect of pornography on this generation, on your generation?
Are you asking me?
Oh.
Are you asking me today?
Yeah.
I think that pornography is fucked up. Personally, I think it's bad that it's so commonly consumed, and I think that and also I think that the porn industry is very unscrupulous anyway as well.
Sorry.
So I was saying how I think that the porn industry is unscrupulous, and I think that it's really bad how commonly it's consumed by young people. Yeah.
What effect do you think it's having on young people?
I think that it is. I think so personally, for me, my issues with porn are I think a bigger issue even than the consumption is even the fact that. Is its distribution, I think, as well, because of how these companies like Pornhub, for example, move, and how they, I think that there's a big issue of that too. I think that, I do think it's definitely an issue. It has an issue on young people's brains in terms of them misunderstanding intimacy. And maybe having unrealistic expectations of sex, I think.
Okay, so you think exposure to sexual acts via a screen can affect the mind of young people?
I do, but the other side of that is that I think that porn actually doesn't have to be as unethical and as toxic as it is. But I think that the normal commercial pornography absolutely is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because of the style of sex that they have, they display.
It's not so much
majority of porn.
It's not so much even for me. It's more the fact that it's like the way that they film it. It's like it gives people unrealistic expectations, and you
do agree that
I mostly agree with you. I mostly agree. Yeah.
You agree that there's realistic porn?
Yeah, there is out there, and there's ethical porn.
Do you believe that realistic porn that depicts sex that people have on a day-to-day basis, is detrimental to the mind of young people?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's as destructive.
So
I think that it's something that could exist kind of innocently, relatively, but I think that yeah.
So you don't. Let me find a better way to phrase this.
Yeah.
Your only complaint with the effect that graphic sex has on the mind of developing young is if it depicts a type of sex that you denote to be unnatural.
No. What I'm saying more is, and also I think maybe it would be helpful to define what we're considering young, like what age.
Let's say the developing mind. I think we agree scientifically that the mind is developing till 25. That the key stages of development are up to the age of 7, and the ages from 7 to 18 are vital to the way that a young adult or what young person.
When people learn to socialize, how they socialize themselves.
Right. I mean, these are pretty much established laws of psychology, I suppose you'd call them.
Yeah.
And pretty much agreed upon. So I'm saying in that vital age.
Yeah. So under 25 basically.
Till 25, I'm saying sex that is of an unnatural nature and unrealistic is detrimental to the psyche or the psychology of a young person. Can be.
I would say any person, but young people more so. Yeah.
Potentially, definitely.
So that being said, we have an agreement that images of sex or sexual behavior can affect the mind of the young, and if it does not reflect day-to-day norms, then you believe it can affect in an adverse way. What some people believe is that the depiction of homosexual relationships without the very clear detailing of the detrimental side effects of such activities is also detrimental to the psyche of the young.
Do you know what I meant more? To be honest with you, Jado, what I was the way that, to me personally, if I'm looking at a lot of porn, in terms of like man and a woman having sex, a lot of it, to me, I didn't always feel this way, but I think since I was put onto this, I can't take it out of my head personally, is that a lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it kind of normalizes rape to me.
For one, everyone.
Normalizes what, sorry?
Rape.
Yeah, I can see that angle still.
Yeah, it kind of makes me uncomfortable.
Where I'm trying to lead you, and I'm ashamed to say that I'm trying to lead you to this understanding, is that sexual activity of any nature shown to a child will have an effect on their brain. And the argument is whether sex should be seen in that way, whether it's ever a way to make that healthy. If it's not between you and your partner, why is it being shown? I think there's lots of studies to show that this is why they put warnings on programs and stuff. Yeah, this is why we have a rating system, because we understand not everyone can just see anything. The psychology is understood that what you show affects, right?
Exactly.
So what we're saying is, or what I'm hearing said is, I mean, from studies that we looked at on this show, repeated anal sex can be adverse to one's optimal biological functions. So by that I mean us operating at the most optimal healthy existence. Things like smoking, overeating, binge drinking, lack of exercise, drug intake are all very clearly their adverse effects are very clearly detailed, and we are warned. In fact, most of the time when you go to purchase any item that may be harmful to you, there will be a warning that comes along with it. Right? Do you agree that anal sex in itself may be harmful to one's optimal biological function?
I've not researched this enough to even have a rebuttal for you. I don't know myself, but as it stands, I've never really thought about it. It's never really been something I've even considered. Really, I've never really. I just assumed that in, I don't know, intimacy kind of is like, I don't know, some people might enjoy it, and that was more the concern rather than the physiological implications of it. I never
detrimental effects.
Did you ever look at the whole situation kind of like this? And I'm not too sure if someone on the panel has already addressed this earlier, because I've sort of come in and out. But when it comes to the whole ideology of homosexuality and its impact on the diaspora is because of things like butt breaking. So that's, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also when it comes to the dress sense, I think it's more so a case because, like, if you look in Africa, if you look at, I believe it's the Fulani, you know, they have a special ceremony where they paint their faces, they put feathers in their hair. Do you see what I'm saying? And there in this ceremony get to pick or exchange their husbands just for a different man. Now, technically that, you know, we have all these different variations within our own ethnicities, that the reason why some of us within the diaspora don't like what we're seeing when we're seeing our men dressed in Western women's clothing. It's the fact of we don't recognize, because this kind of style is not something we recognize. Do you see what I mean? Whereas, say for example, hip dressing in our own cultural costumes or dresses, however you want to call it in English. We didn't feel ashamed of wearing our own. Not for everyone, but there's a good majority of us who would feel some type of way to wear a cultural dress just to go to the shop, or a cultural dress to a concert or somewhere. Do you see what I mean? Because in the back of our mind, our subconscious mind was still affected about that mindset that everything to do with Africa is backwards. Therefore, everything outside is progressive and more fashionable. Do you see what I'm saying? So maybe that's where the issue lies. Do you see what I'm saying? If you had decided to dress in
the cultural
more
club,
Afro,
then
maybe be less.
Let me add one more point to the point you were just making. Not only was this idea promoted through suggestion that Africa's backwards and everything outside of it's more fashionable, but it was promoted with great effort for a long period of time to people who never even been there, much less lived there. People in these countries like me, who used to see Africa on TV, Africa on the news, and then one day saw a picture of an African city, and I was like, wow. No red mud and dust all over the place and big belly picnic flyers and all of that. This looks like the future. I'm looking at the future here. This makes London look like a historic city.
And even to do with like hairstyles, the different hairstyles that you find in all the various countries within Africa. Do you see what I mean? Unless it's been put in the Western side, unless they accept whatever they deem fashionable, whether it be box braids, whether it be big hoops, whether it be tattoos or nails, unless they accept what is beautiful to us, then it can't be beautiful for us. And that's the same thing with men who choose to dress in a particular fashion. It's because
I understand that, actually. Even the way, so for me, so my mum's side of the family are Jamaican, my dad's side are Nigerian. Obviously, you'll know about like it's that, like, I don't know, like with my dad, for example, he the way he perceives dreads is effeminate. He sees it as something not befitting a man. And
no, I hear you. And even with things like even things with like thobes, you know, you'll see like Morocco, you know, to the Western world, when they see people from Africa, people from Arabia wearing the thobe, they cuss it. They look at it and say it's a dress. But then when they see an actual man in a dress from their ethnic group, then all of a sudden it's acceptable. Do you see what I mean?
I'll tell you what's not acceptable. Go ahead, ask your question still.
Quickly just whiz through this, the risks of anal sex, what are the risks of anal sex, medical news today. There's lots of things. I'll be honest, in my opinion, there's clear cover up to the obvious physical truth in it, but I'm gonna read what I read in it. Anal sex is the practice of inserting, blah 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 blah. We all know what this is. With the appropriate precautions, anal sex is mostly safe. So obviously they can't say it's safe. Vaginal sex is safe. We know this. You dispute vaginal sex is safe?
Hold on one second. I should cut it out. It's wind. Outside.
Guys, I know I've been on this thing for so long, but I've actually just neglected everything I was supposed to do today.
Sorry,
that's what happens when you jump on the paddle, bro. That's what happens.
It gets like that. It gets like that.
I've been on for 5 hours.
Yeah, it's been mad.
But yeah, it's been good to talk to you guys, man. Genuinely, I mean it in earnest. It's been good to talk to you guys. I think I needed it for myself, and I appreciate you speaking to me as well.
No, you definitely get a conversation here.
Yeah. I'm sure. I'm gonna hop back on at some point in the future. Yeah. Just let me know you're on again, man.
Yeah, but I'm on every day, bro.
And make sure you get my number from James and them.
Yeah. I might ring James tomorrow actually and ask him. But yeah, listen, big up everyone. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, peace.
Thanks, brother.
Bye.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I don't know whether it was something I said or whatever, but I really wanted to get this
into that
this information in, increased risk of bacterial infection. The anus lacks the cells that create natural lubricant with vagina. The rectum's lining is also thinner than the vagina. Lack of lubrication and thinner tissues increase the risk of friction-related tears in the anus and rectum. Some of these tears might be very small, but still expose the skin. Stool that naturally contains bacteria passes through the rectum and anus. When leaving the body, the bacteria can potentially invade the skin through these tears. Now, bacteria getting into your skin and into your bloodstream, it can lead to septicemia and whatever. You could die. Like it's not a minor thing. Yeah, cut someone, throw shit in their cut, they could die.